nature is knocking at the doors. So that's where you go. But in case that is full, there's one upstairs, same section of what we see here at Pavilion, and downstairs as well. But I don't think that will be necessary. This will be ample. Please keep your phones on silent, keep them on still, that you can contribute as we continue with this conversation. You will be seeing the hashtag there, accompanied because we have a very vibrant digital team that is also steering this conversation as it continues for the next 2 days. We have power panels and moderators as well, and they will be starting the conversation shortly. So let's all rise just to shake it off a bit and start off with a word of prayer in the name of the national anthem. Just the first stanza, no pressure to sing, but please do if you know the words. East Africa.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asanteni, you may be seated. As I mentioned, we will be having the guest of honor that is from the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy, the Cabinet Secretary, Eliud Owalo, who will be accompanied by the Principal Secretary, Professor Edward Kisiangani, as well as the Chairperson of the Communications Authority Board, and that is Mary Wamboi, and the Director General Ezra Chiloba. That will be between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock this morning for the opening remarks, or rather the official launch of the 2-day conference. So before that, though, let me have a representative from the Communications Authority of Kenya, just in case the prayer by the national anthem doesn't suffice. We have a gentleman, Martin Ikumilo, the Acting Director of Compliance and Enforcement at the Communications Authority of Kenya. I'm told he needs encouragement, so please give him a hand as he comes to lead us in a word of prayer. Lakini isipite dakika tano. It's not intercessory, it's just acknowledging.
Good morning. Mkwaje? How are you guys? We are good? Cheer up a little bit. Good. So let us pray. Let us bow our heads, close our eyes, and pray. Our Father and God, in the name of Jesus, we worship you this morning. We bless your name, our Lord and God. And we thank you for this day you've given to us. We thank you for your blessings in every aspect of our life. Lord, we cannot forget all your benefits to us. You've forgiven us our iniquities. You've healed our diseases. You've redeemed our life from destruction. You have crowned us with loving kindness, tender mercies. You have satisfied our mouth with good things. Lord, you are merciful and gracious, slow to anger and abounding in mercy. God, who dealt with us according to our sins and punished us according to our iniquities. For as the heavens are high above the earth, so great is your mercy towards those who fear you. For as far as the east is from the west, so far have you removed our transgression from us. So as a father pities his children, so you, Lord, pities us who fear you, Lord. For you know our frame, you remember that we are dust. But as for man, his days are like grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourishes. For the wind passes over it, and it is gone, and its place remember it no more. But your mercies, O Lord, are from everlasting to everlasting. On those who fear you, and your righteousness to children's children, to such as keep your covenant to those who remember your commandments to do them. Lord, you have established your throne in heaven, and your kingdom rules over all. The heart of the kings is in your hands, and eternity is a watercourse. This morning, Lord, teach us to number our days that we may gain a heart of wisdom. We pray for our president and his entire cabinet, that in your mercies, grant them wisdom and grace to lead this great country. We also pray for the CA chairperson, the CA board, our DG, our leadership, and all visitors here, that God will be submissive to your will and to your purpose. We submit to you as your servants, that you grant us grace to serve as your people. For we know that in serving each other, we are serving you. We pray for this ICT week, dedicating it to you. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. I hope it's not 2 hours.
You have abided by the request for 5 minutes. And I know I acknowledged him as the acting director, compliance and enforcement, but I think he's also the internal chaplain for communications. So that is a proper prayer, sir. Thank you for that, Martin. And now I'd like to, as people still keep streaming in, that's why I was asking people to just fill up the chairs right in front of them, and just keeping out these front 2 rows, because we still have people who are coming in, and we appreciate that. And we're full house, Barak Otieno, so I'll now hand it over to you to introduce the panel and the discussion that will be setting the context for the ICT Week 2-day conference that we are in. Barak.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good morning. There's an echo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm Jambo. Good. I can see the room is full. I was here at 7, and I see we are many in that WhatsApp group. Mapema and your best. Those who will come will follow on the screens out there. There is energy also on the panel, as I can see in the floor. And shortly starting off with this distinguished panel to address the issues on the first panel that will be looking at bridging the digital divide by providing affordable access and connectivity. I think we are all aware that currently one of the #1 agendas is connectivity in the nation, led by none other than His Excellency the President himself. I think he believes in digitization and digital tools. And I think in this decade, probably connectivity is going to be what roads were in the last decade. So we look forward to a very interesting conversation led by the distinguished panel, but also with contribution from the floor. So this session is going to focus on strategies to close the ICT access gaps. For those who've been following one of the contentious issues in this country, every time we have elections, we hear that we have 100% coverage, 75% coverage, so we don't know which is which. Yes, the maths is not mathing, as some people say. So we hope that the panel and our colleagues from CA will help us to math these maths. We're also going to look at infrastructure challenges. We see our roads being dug left, right, and center. Now I am hearing that some counties are charging, I don't know, thousands of shillings per kilometer for fiber to be laid. They don't want us to have fiber. Ama namna gani? But we'll hear that among other things. And also the issue of affordable access and usage of ICT services. I know for the senior citizens in the room, there was a time you would go to the cyber and you would pay 10 bob a minute, isn't it, to access the internet, and it would start counting slowly. I think there's a generation that doesn't know that, and we are moving further away from that. And one would think that it is magic, but I believe it has been a process through sustained interventions such as this. So our discussion is going to focus on strategies to extend ICT infrastructure in rural and underserved areas, approaches to make ICT services affordable to all Kenyans. We are going to look at the role of government policy in facilitating ICT access and connectivity. We're also going to look at the impact of the digital divide on socioeconomic development. We are going to question what exactly is meaningful connectivity. It is one thing to be connected, but it is another thing to have meaningful connectivity. And of course, we'll also look at the potential of satellite and shared spectrum technologies in bridging connectivity gaps. Everyone is talking about SpaceX. Everyone is talking about Starlink. But we've had Zuku in our villages. So what difference is SpaceX bringing? I believe this eminent panel and also experts in the audience are going to speak to this. So I'm raising this so that you can also prepare yourself. I know there are many experts who are seated inside the room, but we have very little time. Mambo ni mingi, masaa ni kidogo, na waziri anakam. So we have to finish when he arrives. So please make sure that you prepare so that we are not asking for questions. To discuss these issues with me, we have Caroline Bugwa, the Director Public Policy, GSMA, Sub-Saharan Africa. Karibu, Caroline. We have DJ. I'll just refer to him as DJ. You'll ask him what DJ means later on. The Chief Business Development Officer at Power Internet. We have Charles Juma next to me, Manager and Advisor, UK Digital Access Program. We have Adam Len on my extreme left, Director Government Affairs, Huawei. I think I got it right. And of course, we have Mr. Mohamed Aji, the Acting Director, Frequency Spectrum Management Communications Authority of Kenya. So here they are about SpaceX. But to start us off, I would like to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves, since I may not do justice. And I will start with Charles Juma, who is next to me, then DJ, then Caroline. Just 1 minute to introduce yourself, and then we shall start the discussion.
Thank you, Barak. Thank you for this opportunity to be on this panel of eminent persons. Morning, everyone. My name is Charles Juma. I work for the UK government. I lead a program by the name Digital Access Program that aims to catalyze affordable, inclusive, safe and secure digital access, and hope that by doing so, we have a thriving digital ecosystem. Nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. DJ?
Nashukuru Barak. Habari ya masiku.
Zuri.
Rather indeed stick with DJ, because if you pronounce my Dutch name, it's going to be murder. Dirk Jan, to be perfectly accurate. So DJ just by name, not by profession. If I have to spin the wheels of steel, the dance floor will be empty in under 3 minutes, I guarantee. I represent POA. POA Internet is a small wireless internet service provider. We provide affordable internet access, home internet, into underserved communities. So you've all heard of Zuku, Safaricom, and JTL. We go where these people don't. So we focus on the underserved communities and do so via different types of technologies, amongst which there is fixed wireless access. So bila waya.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As Barak just said, my name is Caroline Bugwa, Director Public Policy, Sub-Saharan Africa, the GSMA. And I am responsible for leading advocacy around policy reforms to ensure that we have an enabling environment for the mobile ecosystem to thrive. So the connectivity that we're here to talk about, ensuring that we are able to guarantee sustainability in terms of investment in this particular sector. And also looking at ensuring that everyone is, and everything is connected for a better future, because we are all witnesses of the power of connectivity and how it can transform lives. I'm looking forward to discussions with my fellow panelists, and of course also getting to interact with the audience to learn and grow together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Adam Lane with Huawei. Huawei, as you may know, is one of the world's largest technology companies, I think in the top 5 in the world for research and development, and we've been in Kenya 25 years now, helping build many of the networks for the network operators, whether fixed networks, mobile networks, whether the radio side, the transmission side, the core networks, data centers, even much of the software you use, including things like billing software, things people don't know much about. And also provide power solutions as well. So many of the rural sites are powered by solar power and other forms. We also have a Huawei Cloud, Huawei Consumer Business, and other divisions as well. Thank you very much.
Mohammed?
Good morning. I'm on. Good morning. Morning.
Is it on?
It's on. Give me one as well.
We have this on standby, sir. So I hope hautachoka kuishika ni yako.
Thank you, Mike. This is more familiar. Good morning. I'm Mohammed Haji. I'm currently the Acting Director, Frequency Spectrum Management at Communications Authority of Kenya. We manage frequency spectrum, a bit technical term, but we know what it is. It's a bila wire, DJ has said, on behalf of the people of Kenya. It's a resource that's required to bridge digital divide to a good extent. It is the one that supports the devices manufactured by Huawei and the GSM MSA team. It is the one that supports access to the backhauled content by the huge optic fiber networks. So we wish to share some information specifically on the spectrum-related aspects and any other CA matters that may come up today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving on swiftly, I'll start with Mr. Charles Juma. Charles, what do we mean when we talk about bridging the digital divide? Does this divide even exist in the very first place?
Thank you, Barak. Yeah, so as mentioned, we approach, we kind of address the digital divides from barrier perspective. So all of us, I know, have different understanding and different appreciation of the divides. So from the UK Digital Access Program, which is being implemented in 5 countries globally, Brazil, Indonesia, South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya, we look at it from about 4 or 5 barriers, which would translate into divides. For example, of course, issues of coverage that you'll hear here, Kenya being one of the leading in terms of coverage. So I think from the statistics, Kenya is at about 98%, but there are still other barriers around last mile access to the internet. So that's another barrier that we look at. Lack of digital skills, especially at the basic level if you want to carry along all the excluded persons. There's also lack of access to local relevant digital content. That also is presenting a big barrier. We also look at it from lack of safety and security onto the online space. So that is really how we have packaged the program to address the digital barriers, Barak, or digital divides, so from a barrier perspective. So we employ an integrated approach. So, we have been working with most of the members on the panel, the government, private sector, civil society, from an integrated approach. So looking at solutions that can be able to inform of models and enablers that are able to address from that perspective. So we look at this from a systemic enhancement level, and we are so grateful to the Communications Authority of Kenya, because since we started the program in 2019, we've made great strides around models such as what Barak is leading in terms of community networking, models like POA is championing, a similar sister company to POA like Mawingu Networks. They've been using technology by the MTVY spaces. They were doing that for a long time. So from a connectivity perspective, that's some of the models that we've been catalyzing around. And then from the digital skilling, we have partners who are catalyzing the demand side of things. But we also work with suppliers from a modeling perspective. So which models can actually be used to deliver digital skilling at scale. For example, Kenya wants to reach, I don't know, is it all our citizens, maybe 20 to 40 million citizens. So what models exist in terms of reaching this population? So from what is the greatest challenge, I think all of us agree, is lack of local relevant digital content. How much of our content is being generated locally that is actually relevant to some of our needs? I think there's a big question in the room, and I think this is shared among my members of the panel, that yes, as coverage might be 98 or 99%, I think there's another percentage, Barak, around usage. That usage, everybody is concerned that usage is actually, and this is one aspect where private sector and public sector agree, and civil society, that usage is below 30%. So that's a big question in the room that we hope members will actually give us solutions on how we should address the usage gap that already exists.
Thank you, Charles. So the maths indeed is not mathing. Coverage 98%, usage below 30%. We'll come back to the audience for answers. We have mathematicians here. Mr. Bilawaya, what does providing affordable access and connectivity entail?
We're going to stick with the math, not mathing. When we started our business, we were a hotspot business in Kibera and Kawangware, so Kibich and Ungwaro. And we realized that the hotspot business, the math for that one was not mathing. People wanted affordable internet access, but not using a hotspot. They wanted to have it from the comfort of their own home. And if you do the math, 12 million homes roughly in Kenya, of which currently about 500,000 have a wired connection from either Safaricom, Zuko or JTL. We expect that in the next couple of years that will go up to about 1 million, maybe 1.5 million. That still leaves a lot of homes unconnected to a meaningful internet connection, because the 95 or the 98% mobile internet penetration is on mobile, but say a meaningful internet connection, internet access is not through mobile, because that is still very prohibitive in pricing. And therefore, we see an opportunity there is to connect homes wirelessly to the internet to provide them with an affordable, unlimited internet connection.
Thank you. Switching the meter band a bit, if I may use that, to Caroline. We've talked about connectivity, but the reason we are here is we've been invited by the Communications Authority, which plays a big role in implementing some of the considerations in the policy framework, the ICT policy framework. I think, as mentioned, Kenya has been at the forefront. We had our first ICT policy in 2006. I think it was reviewed in 2020. And GSMA has been at the forefront of bringing together stakeholders from public and private sector to discuss suitable policies that ensure that we leverage the benefits of the information society or the digital economy, as it were. So what are some of the developments that are taking place, Caroline, and how have we reached where we are, and how will we reach where we aspire to go?
Thank you very much for that, Barak. And before I answer your question, I'm one of those students who used to set their own questions. So I'd like to take a step back and help us understand, when we talk about the digital divide, what exactly are we talking about, and what form of digital divide are we looking to address? Now, at the GSMA, we believe there's two fronts in terms of the digital divide. There is where the rest of the world is and is heading, and there is where Africa is. If you look at the global trends, and if you look at where the world is moving towards, a lot of the markets globally are currently now talking about things to do with 5G maturity. So 5G is expected to be much faster connectivity that will provide much faster speeds, and will be able to unlock potentials we haven't seen with traditional connectivity. So power verticals, for instance. So that's where a lot of the world is headed. There's already starting talks around 6G. So then we come back and ask ourselves, in Africa, where are we in all that? So in Africa, majority of our customers are still connecting to mobile through a 2G device or 3G device. If you speak to operators, mobile operators, majority of their customers, almost 80% of their customers are on 2G or 3G. So then we ask ourselves, when we talk about broadband connectivity and the value it provides, how do we make sure that the majority of these customers are actually able to benefit from this broadband connectivity? Because as I said earlier, we all know the benefits of this. Now, the other thing that the region is also trying to sort of like grapple with is 4G maturity. We have 4G coverage in majority, almost over 90%, 98% in Kenya at least, and Kenya is one of those countries that is doing very well in terms of investment in ensuring we have the infrastructure in place. But in terms of uptake of 4G, again, it's lagging behind. Other regions are already talking about 2G, 3G sunsets. Now, in Africa, it's something that we can't even start to think about, because, as I said, 80% or thereabout of our customers are still on 2G and 3G. So there is that digital divide already happening globally, because it means that Africa, we are going to be left behind by the rest of the world, because if people are already sunsetting 2G, 3G, so vendors like Huawei and others will stop investing in, R&D, for instance, for the technology that we are dependent on, which is 2G and 3G, making the technology less innovative, less inefficient, and one that will not address the problems of now. Yeah. So if we are left behind and we don't, and the 5G progresses and decisions are made around 5G usage without the region, we'll have to adopt solutions that are not necessarily tailor-made to address our challenges. So then, how do we make sure that that divide closes? We come back to understand, why do we have that big number of consumers that are actually not using broadband services? Because the region, as we know, is one that connects to broadband connectivity through mobile. That's the main means of connection. My panelists here talked about the different barriers, and we are aligned as a mobile industry, as a GSMA, on the different barriers that have led to this particular divide. Because like in Kenya, for instance, we have coverage 98%, usage 21%, and this is, for us, we look at statistics on unique subscribers. So if you have got more than one line, as a GSMA, we will consider you as one connection. So connection 21%, usage gap is 69%. And for us, usage gap is defined by, these are the customers that are actually covered by broadband services and are not using the service because of these barriers. And we have the barriers around digital literacy, affordability, etc. But we did a survey just to help us understand exactly how would you rank these different barriers. And what stood out strongly in countries like Kenya, because out of the survey that was done, 44% of customers actually identified affordability as a challenge, as affordability of service and device. And when you drill down, 39% of those consumers mentioned that affordability of device is actually their problem. And then we sit and ask, what device is this? Because we know that there are all these devices that are in the market. But consumers in Africa, contrary to what people believe, actually want a device that has the right features, has the right capabilities to be able to have that, move you towards a digital lifestyle. So those devices have an issue. So then we come to what policies can be put in place to be able to address these challenges. Then we need to understand, why is service highly costed or priced? There are issues around spectrum. Do we have available spectrum in the right bands, at the right prices, in the right combinations? So spectrum availability is a critical component of ensuring service is available, because it speaks to capacity of service and, of course, affordability of service. So we encourage governments or regulators to have a spectrum policy in place that now provides information or guidelines around availability of spectrum throughout a specific period of time, and this can be done through a spectrum roadmap. And other policies are around things around to do with taxation. How are we framing our taxation policies to ensure that we balance the responsibility or the government targets of development in that particular country, while ensuring it doesn't impact affordability of service? I could go on and on and on, but I'd like to stop there.
Thank you.
And we can continue this after this.
The maths is becoming complicated. And maybe it seems like Adam has some answers. And my question to you, Adam, even as we think about the issue of innovation, I once bought a mulika in my hood, and I first noticed that when I powered it up, the spelling was wrong. But I applauded whoever had done it. It must have been done somewhere in industrial area, for making sure that I got an affordable device. But just to pick up from where Caroline has left Adam, are we innovating at the right pace? There is a hackathon in every other corner, or an innovation something in every other university. Are these funkies, as we would call them in school, or what's your take?
Thanks, Barak. So yeah, there are some fundamentals that affect the ability for usage, as the smartphone prices have not actually decreased in the last 4 years, roughly. I think they've been stuck around 3,000 or 4,000 Kenya shillings, the cheapest phone you can get here. And if anything, it might increase because of exchange rate fluctuations and the very large and increasing taxation that keeps being applied, unfortunately, to smartphones. Personally, Huawei does not provide very, very affordable smartphones anymore. There's another issue. If you're going to pay 4,000 shillings for a smartphone, chances are the battery's not very good, it's not going to be very waterproof, and you'll break it very quickly. And that's another issue. So having a cheap smartphone doesn't necessarily mean it's the best smartphone to have. So there's obviously an issue. Unfortunately, as much as everyone loves to always say, can we just make smartphones cheaper? There's no magic bullet to say, yes, you can get a wonderful, high-quality smartphone that's waterproof and you can drop and will be fine for, 1,000 shillings. It's just literally, I think, physically impossible. So we have to look at alternatives. It's really good to see, I think, last year or 2 years ago when Safaricom launched Lipa and Dogo to buy smartphones on installment. I know M-Copper have been doing something similar as well. That financing of smartphones is a good option. Of course, actually, the smartphone becomes more expensive eventually once you incorporate those financing costs, but at least it tries to spread out the cost and make it affordable based on the payment abilities and schedule of the users themselves. The other option, of course, really around devices, having access to shared devices, which is the whole purpose, I think, behind the Ajira initiative, and also now the newly launched Chitume initiative, which is focusing on TVETs. I think actually this is probably the biggest way forward. I don't think there's any short-term solution to the issue of having cheap, affordable devices. The only option apart from
following the conversation, and that is ICT Week KE and digital inclusion. Those are the two hashtags we're using. So let me hand this to Charles, and you could share that with DJ. I'm sure he knows how to work with the handheld. He's DJ, so let's go.
Thank you, Mark. So it seems we had 98% coverage of signal in the room, but now we've addressed the 2% back there. Picking up, we were at Mr. Haji, and after Mr. Haji speaks, the floor will be open. We have 10 minutes, so prepare. I think I'll pick on a first come, first served basis in the interest of time. But Mr. Haji, I think the issue of frequency and whether it's adequate has been raised. We are seeing POA and other players doing bilawaya, but DJ akiweka radio, vijana wanaanua. So I don't know if now we should look for alternatives, because now we are having fiber cuts, but also we are not talking about the radios that are being stolen, like cotton out there, new problems being introduced. So could you give us your take on the issues that our other distinguished panelists have raised regarding the adequacy of the current spectrum provisions? Of course, 2.4 and 5.8 have been available as the ones you don't need to get the license for, but they seem to be choking. Is there a possibility for us to open up 6G, for example, or we left analog and went digital? We don't know what's happening with what we left the analog ones. Could they potentially help the current situation that we have? Over to you, Mr. Haji.
Thank you, Barak. To quickly respond to my definition of digital divide to carry from Carol's is, in Kenya, it is Nairobi vis-a-vis West Pokot. Hers is Africa and the world. For Kenya, for CA is myself and my mom at home. That's what we are really focusing on this time. It's even, there's another divide between the industry and regulatory speeds. We'll turn even that in the definition of digital divide. The industry innovation is moving fast, is regulation. These are the comments we are getting, is the spectrum ready and the rest. About spectrum, the usage of the spectrum is many. A lot of, there are more than 20 radio communication services. But the main ones we are here for about digital inclusion and access and affordability is IMT, one of them, the mobiles. These days the discussion is spectrum abundance. Our team, my colleagues, there's a discussion on spectrum abundance. We should not be discussing scarcity anymore. It's technologically scarce, but we should be talking of sharing, license sharing, unlicensed pure 100%. We are now discussing abundance of spectrum instead of scarcity of spectrum. About the availability of spectrum, I have not received from our IMT industry any complaint about them not operational due to lack of spectrum. On a light note, there is adequate 5G roadmap has reserved adequate spectrum. One of the band 2.6 is already opened up. The refarming of 3.5 is one of the core bands is nearly done. And we have Safaricom and others already preparing themselves. The 6G upper and the rest, if you look at the outcome of WRC in the past 2019 and the one of this year, we are opening up in a lot of spectrum band for IMT. For Wi-Fi unlicensed, Kenya specifically has doubled the spectrum for Wi-Fi. I think Paul and the team should be happy about that, the 6G, lower 6 gigahertz. If you look at the latest published CA short-range device guidelines, 5 gig to a portion of 6 gig, we've added 500 plus more megahertz for Wi-Fi. This for the reason that at the end, we need a lot of spectrum. As Adam said, instead of constricting, we give the opportunity for Wi-Fi to offload the huge data the citizens are generating. In the WRC this year, in November, December, we are discussing for all those aspects. Leave any other entity. This gadget I'm holding is a PMSC, is a program making and special events. It has a special band. I've seen a proposal. This team is also seeking for more band. It is seated somewhere in the UHF TV band, well protected. So in the sharing of bands, all these are all the aspects that we are discussing. The Wi-Fi's, the IMT. Satellite is one other aspect we need to talk about. The satellite of the past used to be costly. It used to be backhaul. The satellite of the future, and even now, the SpaceX of this world is offering very high, a bit affordable, not as cheap as the terrestrial facilities. In the next discussions about 6G, we are talking of hybrid of satellites and IMT. We are no longer looking at people in different rooms. We'll have base stations in the sky, far up in the sky, a base station that may cover the whole of Kenya. This is key because in Nairobi, if you go to high-rise estates, coverage, myself where I stay, I have issues with good signal coverage because of technical and obstructions. If we have a satellite overlay, that improves. So there is a mix of things that are coming up. Some of them are already with us for rural connectivity. Can SpaceX satellite beam into Turkana and Mandera? Yes. Is it affordable? Better than it used to be. Are the terminals there? They are there, but still a bit costly. You remember what happened to us during the election last year? There are a few thousands of stations that have to be covered by satellites. So satellite is another aspect, but the hybrid, the convergence of satellite, IMT, and all other radio services, that backhaul optic fiber is what we are looking at in future. So as to assure the industry spectrum for 5G, for innovation, for future is available in the roadmap. The industry is slowly, I think they are preparing themselves commercially, but the band is there. By end of this year or by early January, latest February, we'll be calling the industry to announce the outcome of the WRC this year, and we expect a lot more of spectrum for the industry for use, for deployment, and to assist in bridging the gap. But again, it's about connectivity, the access, is affordability, it is the devices, it is the power, it is the digital skills and the rest, but all this will work when we work together in partnership and collaboration. And Charles, we appreciate Charles and the others who have we've partnered in the past few years to work on some framework. When power, internet, and the others were struggling in the dark, we had to put them into the framework, regulatory framework. We made it easy, very light touch. There's not burden on the spectrum. We've extended, in fact, that has forced us to extend the short range guideline substantially, largely to take care of them. and also reduce the burden of, and the definition of a community network is a sub-county, if I am not wrong. Those are some of the initiatives at the authority that we are undertaking to make the digital divide at the rural and the underserved reduce to that extent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haji. You've really given us a lot of insight. But what I picked from your comments is it affordable? Better than it used to be before. Yeah? Do you agree, the audience? Better than it used to be before. So I come to the audience now. We'll take 5 questions or comments on a first come, first served basis. Yes, I see one hand there, Catherine. At least I know you. Please introduce yourself and take the mic. Is there anyone else? Before I come back to the audience to close the session. Seems the panelists were very convincing or very detailed. Yes, sir, you will introduce yourself. Okay, there's another gentleman here, 3. Ladies? Okay, anyone else? Let's start with those 3. Catherine?
Hello, my name is Catherine Chalo from the Kenya ICT Action Network, KICTANETA. So Mr. Haji has very well mentioned that we have moved now from the narrative of scarce spectrum to sharing frameworks. In 2021, there was a recommendation that there was going to be spectrum set aside for underserved areas. Where is the authority on that? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can take another. There's another question at the back. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself. There's no network coverage there, or it's a technical problem. Please, technical.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't think this was working. Yeah, I am Dr. George Kingar from Kenyatta University. I got the invitation, then I realized it's ICT and I'm in broadcasting, but it's related. And my question is really about those of us who are small station. I'm from KUTV and radio services, and looking for solutions because of cost of data. Those of us who use the backpack type of live view coverage when we're doing live events, and we have to get data into the SIM cards, and that's very costly. So maybe DJ, you have a solution for people like us, because we roam, and the backpack is a revolution that has enabled us to do that, because some of us cannot afford or be vans. But now the second one is a question, sort of comment to the whole of the panel. Anyone can pick, especially with the regulator. And we are in the era of looking at things that have gone wrong because of the advances we made, thinking innovation was always a good thing in terms of going towards what we call development. When is enough? Does ICT have ethical committees or people in an ethical department that is as serious as the department next door, which is about innovation on the technology? Because we see when we become too good with the technology, it spills over to other problems. Just across the road, Thika Highway, in 2003, some of us were selling cars at the bazaar at Nyao Stadium, and people were swearing there will never be traffic jam anymore. But I had been to Los Angeles, and I said, you just wait. It won't take 5 years. You'll be jammed up to Safari Park, which is true. So, ethics department, what are you doing about that? But DJ first.
Just as that is responded to, Barack, apologies. The reason there was that feedback is as soon as you use the mic, please switch it off. That was a reason. Apologies for that. And please, let's keep the questions short, because we are at the point of taking the tea break, because our guests, our chief guests, are almost here. At least the management is here. So we'll just, I'm glad Barack has really kept the time in check with that. I think we've taken 2 questions, so there's space for 3 more. Just keep it short. As soon as you're finished, switch it off. Santi.
Last question there. Do you have network coverage? Okay, he needs some assistance. We have a blind spot there. Please come up. In
Check 1, 2.
Testing mic. So my name is Billy Mango. I'm a student at State University. My question would be, what are the policies that are in place to seeing Kenyans being educated? Because I think we're talking so much about the technology and the advancements we're making as a country, but then that can only go so far if citizens are not aware of what we have. When we speak about 5G, I won't say that all of us in this room are actually aware of what 5G offers to us, although we happen to be customers of Safaricom. So my question would be, what are the policies that are in place to seeing citizens educated about what we're already doing in the country? Yeah.
I think to save on time, because that's the last question, I'll have my panelists, starting with Charles, respond to the issues that have been raised and also make their closing remarks so that we can then break for tea and prepare for the next session. So Charles?
Thank you, Barak. Thank you, members, and the questions that have come this direction. I think I'll just want to echo the question by the colleague there from the university around, so what is this that makes people use these services? I think that's the question that we should take away, and that is actually what we all have to be pondering about. Of course, as the technologies keep on advancing their technologies, I think even as we speak today, people still do not know the value that they have derived from the 4G and the 3G and the 2Gs. That should be the big question that all of us should try to respond, then the rest of the things will fall in place. So in terms of my closing remarks, I think usage, and usage, this usage has to be around value proposition. What does this service, voice and data services, really mean to my mother, my grandmother, my uncles in the village? That is the only way this bottom of the pyramid will be able to maximize the usage of those services, and therefore, at the end of the day, then even the bottom lines for the private sector will be realized, and I believe by extension, even our contribution to the Universal Service Fund. I think no one has spoken about the Universal Service Fund here, but that is another big asset that the Communications Authority of Kenya is managing that is also addressing those gap areas. So you can see that usage is actually going to be around value proposition, and this is going to be good for everyone, including the private sector, public sector. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ.
Yes, let me try and address the issue that was raised by the professor, actually both of them. Number one, if you have a backpack and you're roaming, you're a nomadic customer, fixed wireless access is not the silver bullet solution for that one, unfortunately. So I'm afraid you're stuck with mobile bundles for that one. Regarding ethics, I share your concern. We are a big proponent of the initiatives that the CA is taking, for instance, with the child online protection. If even a company like Google has removed their motto, do no evil, from a manifesto, I think we all should scratch behind our ears on thinking what we can do as a society. And then as closing remarks, internet access, we believe, is a universal basic right. It can help and it can greatly accelerate widening and deepening the tax base in the longer term if you don't try and strangle the goose that lays the golden eggs in the short term.
Thank you. Caroline?
Thank you very much. So for me, my parting shot, what I would say is that I think at the end of the day, the one critical thing that we need to achieve in order to see us making progress towards closing the usage gap is actually implementing the policies that we have in place. So in Africa, a lot of countries have stellar policies already developed and regulations. I think the political goodwill that is required is what we need to cultivate to see these policies actually see the light of day. That's the first thing. The other thing is we need to see a lot more coordination and collaboration between government agencies. So when you're developing a digital strategy that talks about wanting to roll out infrastructure in place, and of course wanting to see consumers uptake services, it is good to link that with your objectives of revenue raising, for instance. So ensuring that at the end of the day, those two departments speak to each other. And when you're setting those objectives, they're aligned, similar to what you would see in a private sector setting, for instance. And the other thing is at a consumer level, we need to get the issue of device affordability right. We need to make sure that we have devices with the right features actually in the hands of consumers. Otherwise, we'll continue speaking about closing the usage gap, and that is not addressed. And there are various things that can be done. It's trying to understand why is the cost of device the way it is? What is the cost of tax? What is the cost of logistics? What is the cost of actually putting these features in place, the camera, all those features, what is that cost? Then so once you understand that cost, what needs to be done to bring those costs down? Because you can say that you will bring taxation down, but as long as these other issues are not addressed, then it means that the cost will still remain high. We have seen in some governments like Tanzania where they had removed import duty on devices, did not see a major impact, the tax came back. So I think it's a cocktail of solutions to ensure that we see this issue of device is addressed. The issue of cost that leads to affordability is one that also needs to be looked at. So how do we make cost of providing services even is better? So how do we simplify rollout of networks to make sure that the costs are addressed? How do we make our rolling out of our networks more efficient? How do we make even things like tax collection, tax management even more efficient? Because at the end of the day, we are trying to see how we can reduce costs of rolling out services. Technology has their role to play or can be able to be an enabler of ensuring that these efficiencies are actually achieved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Caroline. Adam?
Thank you. So I guess I should start with maybe good news for the professor. One, I think you have seen in the last 2 years, and you'll see a lot more, the cost of data, mobile data is going down quite quickly, actually. And as the 5G rollout expands, I think Safaricom said at their results presentation last week, or this week they had 300 sites. They're hoping for 800 by next year. I think they have around 6,000. So it's still a small percent of their total number, even by the time they get to 800. But that's progress, actually. And don't forget, other countries are still working on the rollout. But 5G's biggest benefit is it's way more capacity, i.e. way more speed from one base station, which means that it costs much less to deliver per megabyte or per gigabyte from the operator, because that one base station now could do what before was, say, 3 base stations worth of 4G, for example. So that's why costs are able to come down. Of course, there's other aspects. There's power costs and land rental costs and other things that come into it. But that's what's happening over time, where data prices are coming down. And that's good news. And I think with your backpack, if you get a 5G SIM card, of course, you can't roam yet. But once Airtel and others launch their networks, hopefully it will help. The second thing is you don't need to worry about whatever the US says about Huawei. In Kenya, we 100% meet every Kenya regulation and law. We're registered with the Data Protection Commissioner as both as a processor and controller, and whatever they say about cybersecurity is really irrelevant. I think there's about 200 countries that have listened and ignored everything they've said and still work very closely with Huawei. Our customers here, both government and operators, have been inspecting our equipment for the whole 25 years we've been working here. They found no problems. If you want to ask them, feel free to ask them. For a longer conversation, we can talk later. But rest assured, if there are real issues, I think countries or operators would have made decisions. There's no real issues. It's just politics or jealousy or whatever it happens to be.
Thank you. Mr. Haji, close it for us.
Thank you, Barak. About the underserved, the spectrum for underserved areas, I didn't understand it well, but maybe this is some of the initiatives. We launched the dynamic spectrum sharing, the TV white space, or is it about USF? There is nothing packed from our side. Just to summarize, we have not packed or abandoned any of those initiatives. Like TV white space, they're expanding slowly. They can only expand at the pace at which they are commercially viable. We have since done community networks, which are developing and growing very well. For Dr. from KU, the enough is not enough. I think in the IT industry, ICT, we will leap so many times every few years. In fact, the regulator should prepare for when 5G comes to mature in Kenya in 1 or 2 years. Now we have maybe 4 mobile operators. We are expecting thousands of private network operators, verticals. This hotel can be an operator licensed separately, serving the neighborhood, a factory, a campus. We are looking at a whole re-engineering of the ICT regulatory environment. The digital skills is key. I'll just summarize by saying in our discussion on our 5-year strategic plan, CA is focused on digital skilling, is one of the main aspects that we are looking at as part of the agency for digital transformation of the country within the government manifesto. So we say the digital, by the next, I think, 4 or 5 years, if our strategy works well, which we'll resource and try to make it work, I am sure we'll substantially reduce the digital divide that we're discussing today. Barak will do it bit by bit. It may not be to zero, it cannot be zero. When you reduce access gap, there will be affordability gap, and there will be that. And then there is an aspect, an emerging aspect of e-waste. 5G will come with multiples of the numbers of gadgets. What happens to all those gadgets? Huawei and the others, there may be an extended supplier responsibility. There's a lot that the environment is getting more complex but interesting. Currently, the government, CA and the ministry and the other stakeholders are working on a review of the law and the regulations. The equity-related issues, what percentage should an international entity be paying, for how long, what would the taxation, and there are a number of aspects to make regulatory barriers as minimum and light touch as possible. Those are the few issues that I can talk about. But as you said, Charles, you said usage, but do we know how to use the digital skills is also a very big gap at all the levels, both at expert skilling, at high level industry and ourselves, and at the usage level at the villages, and their efforts towards that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the panel deserves a round of applause. They have informed us, educated us, and entertained us. Back to you, Mark Masai.
Thank you, Barak, and thank you to the panel. You could have actually switched on your mic so that you can clap so it's heard better. This is a full house, and they've done well to set the context. So please, just do it again. You can try with the mic. And thank you for most part of this. We enhanced the sound, and I believe those who are at the back can follow. And because we have another high-level panel that is following just after the session of the launch, the official launch of this ICT Week 2-day conference, because the CS, Eliud Owalo, is on his way here. He should be here in the next few minutes. We have the Director General of the Communications Authority, who is already present and should be making their way here as soon as we're done with tea. So I can have the panel and Barak to assume their seats here and also get ready to enjoy some chai, asanteni sana. And the tea will be served outside area. There's a casino outside area, so you have to go down the stairs past this restaurant area. The restaurant is called Kigwa Restaurant. Apologies, sorry about that. DJ, apologize for that. So we will have to go down the stairs past the Kigwa Restaurant to the outside casino area. So it's just opposite the entrance to where we are, the building that we are in. We'll have the CA staff as well as the Safari Park staff help us with the service, because we have about 390 people who've come so far, and we appreciate your presence. But we would like to ask you to keep time. So we have 30 minutes. Because I'd want us to be back here by 10:55. So let's 30 minutes. We're working with 30 minutes. So and the restrooms are here. There's one here for ladies and gents, as well as downstairs, the same area of the room downstairs. So please let's use that time wisely and be back by 10:55 to be ready for the official launch of the ICT Week 2-day conference. And thank you again to the panel. Thank you to Barak. And the next one will be moderated by Joy Doreen Bira, who's here, high-level roundtable discussion on digital inclusion, enhancing ICT access and usage for all. I've heard some questions directed to that issue, and I'm sure you'll have some of the answers. I'd like to appreciate the presence of Ashish Malhotra, who is a managing director, actually CEO Airtel Networks Kenya, and he will be on that panel. We'll have Fiona Asonga, the Chief Executive Officer, Technology Service Providers of Kenya, Engineer Daniel Obam, Secretary, CEO, National Communications Secretariat, and Christopher Kemei, the Director, Universal Service Fund, the Communications Authority of Kenya, and Mercy Ndegwa, the Public Policy Director, East and Horn of Africa for Meta. So those are the people you really need to be here and ready to listen to and also direct your questions. It will be moderated by Joy Doreen Bira. So enjoy the tea. Please make your way there. They are ready to serve. It is ready.
Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28 May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28 May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28 May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28 May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28 May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting.
News siku hizi kwa station kama zote.
News ikiisha, naweza watch Husbands of Kayole.
Daddy, naweza watch TV.
Baadaye, unataka kuwatch nini? Lazima nihakikishe haangali vipindi chafu ama vinavyoendeleza vita na chuki.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, regulates the broadcasting industry, promoting development of local content and ensuring responsible use of broadcasting platforms for national good, to give you and your family choice with a variety of content to enjoy. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
My kids are always on their devices, kila saa.
Mommy, look, I'm a cyber soldier.
Huyu, he's always on his social. But online ina mambo mengi. It's a new world of risks.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, manages Kenya's cyberspace to keep you and your family safe online so you can learn, interact, and thrive online.
Na mimi, can I be a cyber soldier too?
The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting. The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting.
Check, 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 check. Yes, 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, check 1.
as representing the institutions that they do. So now that we're all settled, thank you very much for convening back on time. I'd like to invite Patricia Mushiri, the Acting Director, Corporate Communications at the Communications Authority of Kenya.
Thank you, Mark. Cabinet Secretary Eliud Owalo, Ministry of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy. Our PS, who we are expecting shortly, Professor Edward Kisiagani. He's a Principal Secretary, State Departments of Broadcasting and Telecommunications. CEOs represented here. Our DG, Ezra Chiloba, who is also represented here. Representative from National Communications Secretariat, Engineer Obam, CEOs from various licensees here, government agencies are represented here, academia, CEOs from industry associations, consumer organizations, CA management. Panelists, moderators, hamjambo. It's an honor, sir, to have you here with us to honor our invitation for you to be the chief guest. This is a very important forum in the corporate calendar of the Communications Authority of Kenya, the ICT Week. And we do celebrate, sir, this event every year. And we celebrate it in line with the World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, which is globally celebrated every 17th of May. Sir, this is a very important stakeholder event. As you can see, the turnout has been really amazing. We have a very robust program developed in the two-day activity, and the DG will speak a little bit about that. We have able moderators and panelists who will take us through very robust discussions. My name is Patricia Mushiri. I'm standing in for the Director of Corporate Communications, and it is now my distinct honor and pleasure to invite the DG, Ezra Chiloba, to make his remarks. Thank you.
Our chief guest, Mr. Eliud Owalo, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy, and Professor Kisiagani, the Principal Secretary, Broadcasting and Telecommunication, course captains of industry who are here present, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now, given the constraints of time, Buenos Aires, I just want to be very brief. And mine is to say to everyone, welcome to our annual ICT Week celebrations. Buenos Aires, over the years, of course, we have hosted this event. And as part of the World Telecommunication and Information Day. And this year, of course, we thought that coming together, especially after the COVID 2019, to just reflect in terms of how far we've traveled, I think becomes so important. And even more important, given the agenda of government on digital transformation, I think we're in the right place this week to be able to reflect about the future of the industry and how it contributes to socioeconomic development of our people. If you look at the theme of this event, Buenos Aires, which is basically digital inclusion, enhancing access and usage for all, data points to the fact that whilst we've had development in terms of infrastructure, a lot has happened in this country. We still have a significant number of our people who are not in a position to reap the benefits or dividends of this digital transformation. And therefore, the theme for this occasion is actually the right one. And when we travel this journey of digital transformation, the core question will be, how do we make sure that each and every citizen in this country, regardless of where they are, regardless of who they are, they're able to enjoy the benefits of this digital transformation program that we have. So with those few remarks, I want to say, karibuni nyote, and Bwana Waziri, thank you also for honoring us. I know you're very, very busy. I'm told actually you haven't slept. At 3 a.m. you are at the airport. And given the responsibility that the President has bestowed upon you today, I know you have to leave immediately after your remarks. So we really feel honored that you sacrificed your time to be with us. And thank you very much again. Feel welcome, and everyone else, please feel welcome to this event. So allow me to welcome Professor to do the right thing of welcoming the chief guest to this to speak to us. Professor.
Thank you very much.
Utakunywa chai kidogo baadaye. And I know you came, we rushed you a little bit.
Yes.
Karibu.
Thank you very much, Ezra. Actually, we were squeezed for time, but the most important thing is that we have gathered here to celebrate the milestones we have already made in this regard, in the field of access, infrastructure development, so that connectivity is good, regulation is good. Although there are very many challenges related to this, I think for us in Kenya, we can celebrate what the CA has done, and we think that they can always do better, but we are satisfied that they are on the right track and have aligned their programs to what government needs and wants to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, I really must record our sincere thanks to you, and also our appreciation as government on what you have achieved and what you're doing today. We think that when we celebrate next this kind of occasion, we shall again be pointing out some of the milestones we would have achieved within the year, and I think this will contribute to the same SDGs that everybody else across the world is celebrating, that by 2030 we shall be in a position to say the 17 SDGs, one of them being access to information. In Kenya, we would have achieved that by putting in the necessary infrastructure to make sure our people, wherever they are, whatever the status, can access internet, can access connectivity, and also do their business without any hindrance of technology. So with those few remarks, I have the honor and also distinguished privilege to welcome my boss, digital economy, to come and address you. Thank you very much.
So, my able PS, Professor Kisiangani, the DG Communications Authority, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I'm glad to be here this morning for this interaction with you, coming a few weeks after we met as an ICT family during the Connected Summit a few weeks ago in Diani. So I'm pleased to be part of this celebration, ladies and gentlemen, as we mark this year's ICT Week by the information and communication technology fraternity in this country. This is, as the DG has said, an annual event in the calendar of the Communications Authority, and by extension, of course, the industry, through which we bring together thought leaders in the sector to reflect on the state of the art and also explore future possibilities. These celebrations, ladies and gentlemen, are part of global activities that celebrate the World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, which commemorates the signing of the first International Telegraph Convention and the coming into being of the International Telecommunications Union, ITU. Let me therefore, at this stage, laud the Communications Authority for convening this important forum so that we put our heads together, look at what is happening in our operational environment, identify the challenges, think of the opportunities available and what we need to do moving forward. This gathering speaks to the need to continually reflect together on the hopes and impediments in this sector and how best to tap the immense potential that ICT places at our disposal, as well as how to leverage ICT for the wider national good. Dialogue of this kind, ladies and gentlemen, which will happen over the next 2 days, is the cornerstone of meaningful progress in every sphere of any economy, on account of the critical role that ICT as the engine of the emerging information-driven world plays. The evolution of the digital revolution in our country calls for constant engagement of thought leaders in discourses on the state of the art, as well as the policy and regulatory environment. It helps us to remind ourselves where we are coming from, and of course, where we want to go. And through that process, of course, we also effectively scan our operational environment to inform what we are going to do moving forward. This constant sharing of developments, experiences, and ideas is an invaluable sectoral health check. We are undertaking a health check of the ICT sector. And this will help us to see where we stand on the global weighing scales of ICT. And based on these findings, or informed by the same findings, we are best placed to determine ways and means of responding to the challenges and crafting the way forward. And that is why we are here. This sector, ladies and gentlemen, plays a critical role in Kenya's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is focused on improving the lives of a massive number in our population, enabling them to lead productive lives and to contribute meaningfully to the future of our country. For those of you who have had the opportunity to interact with our bottom-up economic transformation plan, you are versed with the fact that the digital superhighway is not just a standalone thematic area, but in our view as government, we consider ICT as an enabler of all the strategic initiatives or programs that we want to undertake over the next 5 years, and also a critical success factor moving forward. And therefore, the theme of this ICT week, which is digital inclusion, enhancing access and usage of ICTs for all, indeed speaks to our collective ambitions of ensuring that we leave no one behind in our digital transformation journey. And this is very, very much in tandem with our bottom-up economic transformation agenda in general and the digital economy agenda in particular. As government, we recognize that ICT is the single most important enabler of our economic engine. And accordingly, therefore, the government has identified critical priorities for this sector, ladies and gentlemen. Through our digital transformation agenda, we envisage that we are going to digitalize a minimum of 80% of all government services within the next 5 years. We have gone a step further, ladies and gentlemen, to take over the e-citizen platform. It is now a fully fledged government facility. And by the time we took it over, which was about 3 months ago, we only had 350 services online, government services online. As we speak, as at this morning, we have managed to onboard or digitalize a total of 4,200 government services. And as you are aware, we have already made public pronouncement at the highest echelons of government by none other than His Excellency the President himself, that by 30th of June this year, we should have digitalized a minimum of 5,000 government services. Of course, this is being done correspondingly with the digitization of government records. We don't want to have any manual records in any government office in the not too distant future. We are also rolling out 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable to those parts of the country which hitherto had not been adequately connected, which is again in tandem with our digital inclusion theme for this conference. We are establishing and operationalizing 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots, targeting mainly those who are operating at the bottom of the economic pyramid for purposes of digital inclusion. And we are also establishing 1,450 public ICT hubs within the villages at the ward level, which is our lowest administrative unit, so that we are able to facilitate our youth within the villages by way of digital skills on one hand, and at the same time also connect them to digital jobs within the digital space, ladies and gentlemen. And that really is the frontier that we have at our disposal. We no longer have the white-collar jobs. So we want to put each and every effort available at our disposal to ensure that we create as many digital jobs as possible for our youth so that they are able to adequately or optimally exploit their skills, competencies, and capabilities. This is an ambitious agenda, ladies and gentlemen, that cannot be left to the government alone. In fact, in our proposition, we advise that government will only be able to attain a threshold of about 52% of all our initiatives across the board within the digital space, and then we leave the remaining 48% to the private sector. So what I'm saying is that it is imperative that we partner with the private sector if we are to realize our digitalization agenda. I'm pleased to inform you that out of the envisaged 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, we have already embarked on that journey in earnest. We have gotten funding from the Universal Service Fund, which is domiciled within the ambit of the Communications Authority. We have gotten another additional funding from the World Bank under the Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Program. So we are good to go, and I can state without fear of contradiction that we are on the threshold of attaining that 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable within the next 5 years. As we speak, we have got a target of rolling out a minimum of 5,000 kilometers of that fiber by 30th of June. We have brought on onboarded contractors. We have reached out to other government entities like the Kenya Power, Kenya Pipeline, Kenya Railways, KETRACO. We have agreed on what components are being undertaken by whatever facet of government, and we are good to go. We will meet those targets by June. We will meet our annual target of 25,000 kilometers of fiber, and we will meet our global overall target of 100,000 kilometers of fiber within the next 5 years. We have placed the citizen at the center of all this. That is why we are talking about we are focused on making our service efficient and accessible as much as possible. And this is why, as I had mentioned a while back, we have taken over the e-citizen platform and gone ahead and onboarded 4,200 services. Our target is 5,000 services by 30th of June, but we have also mapped out at both levels of government a possible 7,800 services that can possibly be digitalized. We are alive to the availability of ICT devices, ladies and gentlemen, as a potential hindrance to the ability of citizens to tap the full potential that this sector presents, and we have actively engaged diverse stakeholders in the ICT and manufacturing sectors on the prospects of producing low-cost smartphones and also lowering the cost of data. Based on feasibility studies that have been undertaken, we are able to locally assemble smartphones at a unit cost of about $40. And we are working in partnership with the private sector, some select private sector entities for a start to ensure that in the not too distant future, perhaps in another 2 months, we should be able to roll out to the market our first consignment of low-cost, affordable smartphones at a unit cost of $40. This will fill the gap that we foresee within the lowest echelons of the Kenyan society. You are aware that within our small and medium enterprises thematic area, we have established and operationalized the Hustler Fund. One challenge we have within that space is that not all those who consume or uptake the financial services for purposes of inclusivity may have access to smart-enabled phones. That fund is disbursed using virtual platforms, and the repayment is also done in the same vein. So we want to move in very fast to seal that possible gap in the market by having our own locally assembled smartphones in the market, so that we are able to facilitate digital inclusivity by way of smart devices. The other concern, ladies and gentlemen, is ensuring that all citizens, including women and those able differently and even older, access ICT services in meaningful and productive ways. We must also think about how ICT devices can have futures that make it easy for our people to make the best out of them and transform their lives. In terms of digital literacy, because if we are rolling out all this massive ICT infrastructure across the board, then the Kenyan population must also be adequately equipped by way of digital skills. So digital literacy is a key thematic area within our digital master plan, and we are putting in place all efforts to ensure that as many people as possible are adequately equipped by way of digital skills so that we can facilitate optimal uptake of the ICT infrastructure that we have rolled into the marketplace. So we have enhanced efforts on digital skills through the Ajira and Jitume programs, and currently we train 120,000 youth in digital skills, and we have established 240 ICT hubs out of the possible 1,450 that I had mentioned earlier. So we believe that we will equip the youth by way of skills. We will equip the youth by way of digital jobs. In fact, through the Jitume program, we are moving the youth from learners of ICT skills to instant earners within the digital space. As they start training, correspondingly, we are engaging global technological companies to ensure that we are able to identify and match them up with digital jobs that are available within the global digital space. And you will be shocked. When the first program was launched by His Excellency the President at the Kabete TVC in late last year, I think it was early December, some of those youth who are at that training facility told us that, and these are fellows who actually undertook their Form 4 exams last year, they are now earning an equivalent of about 200,000 Kenya shillings per month through digital jobs. Compare and contrast this with somebody who went the full hog of our normal education system, has gone up to university, has got the requisite certification, but is now back staying with our mothers within the village because there are no white-collar jobs. So this just amplifies the fact that the only space we have for purposes of job creation for our youth is within the digital space. And through the ongoing development of an e-commerce strategy, ladies and gentlemen, we see prospects of businesses leveraging digital technologies for growth, and Kenya being an active player in the global digital economy. We also know that e-commerce cannot thrive without the essential supporting infrastructure. And in this regard, we have reactivated efforts to operationalize a national addressing system for Kenya that will enable technological aided identification and location of places, ladies and gentlemen. Once we have that in place, we are at the level of the policy. If we have this in place, it will be a game changer as far as the way we conduct our business is concerned. Equally important in this regard, ladies and gentlemen, is a national digital identity. It does not make sense to tell Kenyans to visit government offices physically to consume government services if we manage to digitalize all government services. Kenyans should be able to consume government services from the comfort of wherever they are, from their homes or wherever, okay? So what we are thinking of doing to facilitate or to create an enabling environment for this is to come up with a framework through which government is able to identify the Kenyan public technologically. So we are pursuing a digital identity. We are already on the benchmarking exercise. We have talked to Estonia, we have talked to Pakistan, we have talked to India to see if there's anything they have done well which we can adapt and customize to meet to our own peculiar situation. And our proposition is that by March next year, each and every Kenyan should be on a digital identity. And that will sort out a lot of our problems. Perhaps even the jams we witnessed in town will be a thing of the past because very few people will have to be going into visiting the government offices. So it is something that we want to pursue. And let me clarify that when we talk of digital identity, we must look at it from a conceptual perspective. We are not saying we are reinventing the Huduma number. Whenever we talk of digital identity, people claim that, oh, you know, the Kenya Kwanza government wants to reinvent the Huduma number. We are not reinventing the Huduma number. What we are saying is that Kenyans need to be on a digital identity to facilitate optimal consumption of government services while leveraging on technological platforms. And in this regard, we want to pursue this digital identity to a logical conclusion. As we prospect on e-commerce, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges with online transactions point to the need to continually educate customers so as to enhance their confidence in online platforms. And we are now rolling out the national public key infrastructure to enhance trust by issuing digital signatures and certificates. We are also enhancing the capacities of our cybersecurity systems. One thing that comes to mind, the question that most people have been posing to us, in the face of this rapid digitization and digitalization agenda, are we not exposing our country to cyber threats? And the answer is no. Kenya cannot be an exception. There are many countries which are best case examples of success based on digitalization. We cannot be left behind. We must go the same vein. But we are also aware to the fact that as we do this, we must have a comprehensive risk mitigation framework built around our digitalization agenda so that we do not just ensure that there's privacy of data, there's also protection of data, and we are not exposed to cyber threats. And in this regard, we have already established and operationalized the Office of the Data Commissioner to execute the functional mandate of facilitating data privacy and data protection on one hand. On the other hand, we have also constituted a multifaceted team consisting of agencies from integral components of government, starting with the Ministry of Interior, our own Ministry of ICT, the Communications Authority, the Office of the Data Commissioner, the National Security Intelligence Service, NS4, so that continuously as we digitalize, we are also scanning what is happening in the operational environment, analyzing the trends in cybersecurity, and coming up with corresponding mitigation measures, ladies and gentlemen. So if you ask me that question, are we exposing ourselves? My answer would be no. We have got an adequate or a comprehensive risk mitigation framework in this regard, ladies and gentlemen. The national KCRT continues to be upgraded, and efficient threat detection mechanisms and educating the public and stakeholders on best cyber practices to foster productive use of the internet are continuously being undertaken, ladies and gentlemen. The global digital technological revolution is far ahead of sector reforms in many countries. And the need to constantly attune to the emerging realities in the global ICT landscape cannot be too strongly emphasized. Keeping track of this crucial issue, both for purposes of keeping pace with the technology and having in place the necessary legal, policy, and regulatory environment is imperative, ladies and gentlemen. As we do all this, we are ensuring that all the interventions we are embarking on are anchored on a sound policy, legal, and regulatory practice. So the comfort I want to give you is that where we have got certain policies or laws that need to be reviewed, we have already embarked on the process of reviewing them. Where there are gaps within our regulatory framework, again, in the same vein, we have embarked on the process of engaging stakeholders, starting with you people, to tell us or to agree on what we need to do from a policy, legal, and regulatory framework, so that everything we are doing is anchored on a sound policy, legal, and regulatory footing. And I've stated before in many forums, and I want to repeat, that our approach as a ministry is to be as participatory as possible. We want to listen to as many stakeholders as possible as we embark on our digitalization agenda, and whenever or wherever you feel there's a gap that needs to be filled from a legal, policy, or regulatory perspective, we are ready and available to hold such discussions with you. We agree on the way forward, and we ensure that the same is pursued to a logical inclusion, including but not limited to enactment of the laws that may be relevant or that may emanate therefrom. In tandem with the foregoing, ladies and gentlemen, we are undertaking significant institutional reviews. We are aware that we have got institutions that are not anchored on a sound legal footing. CONSA is one of them. That is one of our major frontiers as far as our digitalization agenda is concerned. We envisage that CONSA will be our own version of the Silicon Savannah. We want to ensure that it is anchored on a strong legal mandate. Another one is the ICT authority. We are looking at our postal ecosystem. So we want to ensure that the institutions that are critical success factors in our digitalization agenda, ladies and gentlemen, are anchored on a sound legal footing. The other area of focus, ladies and gentlemen, is the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I've stated many times that we must turn around that entity. That entity, KBC, has got a brand. It is currently punching below its weight. Same thing to the Postal Corporation of Kenya. Same thing to the Kenya News Agency. We are coming up with a framework of re-engineering those organizations so that we can position them effectively in the not too distant future in the marketplace. And I can state without fear of contradiction that indeed, of course, working in partnership with the private sector, we should be able to turn around the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, the Postal Corporation of Kenya, and the Kenya News Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, all that I've said will require active participation and partnership with the private sector. We believe that we are on the right trajectory, and if we work closely in partnership with all relevant stakeholders, then we should be able to position Kenya effectively as the ICT hub of Africa. In the same vein, we believe that if we leverage on technology, ladies and gentlemen, and if we attain inclusivity from a technological perspective, we should be able to position Kenya effectively in the global marketplace based on comparative advantages and, of course, with a view to realizing sustainable economic development. We look forward to working with all of you and may God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CS, for that vision, very clear targets, and what our role is as all as stakeholders. I request the panel now to have a photograph, sir. I'm told, I've been told, CS and DG, please mind your head. Oh, sorry, sir.
Just a minute. Where are the national flags here? How can you call a meeting and you don't have the national flag here? We want that to change. Next time when we come here and the CS is here, please, we want the national flags here. It is very important. We can't do this. But for now, let's do what we can. But it's a big omission, and we hope it will be corrected. So you go.
On a light note, Bwana PS, if this counts for anything, Professor Kisiangani, niko nayo hapa kwa mkono. I'm right here, the MC. I'm right here where you are. Niko hapa, Professor. I hope this counts, and I believe many of us here also have that. Thank you. Just an opportunity to capture the moment, and once the gentlemen of the press and the ladies are set and okay, give us a signal with a thumbs up.
Thank you.
For another national engagement, he is hosting the Prime Minister of Singapore. So, very important task. Thank you very much, Waziri, for coming, and thanks for honoring us. Let's clap for him, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to have the flags by close of the next session. Bwana PS, the flags will be here. So I wish to hand back the program to Mark, who will take us through the second session, moderated by Doreen. And thank you so much for all of you being here. I know some people are not very comfortably seated, but we shall make ongoing logistics arrangement to make sure you're comfortable. Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Patricia. Just by a show of hands, those with the wristband, please raise your hand. And we're well represented. Thank you very much. We did start, to be fair, with the national anthem, so we had to kick it in good context, kick it off in good context. So next up, we are in good time for the panel discussion that will be steered by Joy Doreen Bira. You'll be seeing her profile on the screens on the side. Let's give her a hand as she takes to the stage and to her position. Give her a hand, Tafadhali. Come on, is that the best you can do? Please, please, please. Joy Karibu. For the next hour, she will be steering this conversation on digital inclusion, enhancing ICT access and usage for all. So she also has a panel. I don't know if she wants to introduce them as they come on, because we have one of them already. He was here, so I'll hand it over to you. I believe the mic is on. Her mic is on. Yes, are we good with her?
Mic check.
All right.
Okay, flag check. All right, good morning. I don't know if my microphone is positioned right. Maybe I should start here as the volume is being amplified. So, good morning once again. Good morning. Do we need a tea break, an extra tea break? Yeah? Because it seems like we have all been shocked. You people couldn't even say we have digital flags, yeah? Anyway, my name is Joy, and I am going to be moderating our roundtable, which is in theme with our ICT Week theme, that is digital inclusion, enhancing ICT access and usage for all. If we look at just this room, yeah? How many of us can do without our phones for even 24 hours? 24, okay, I'm seeing one person right at the back, and I can tell that he's already on his phone right now, scrolling through. Well, he's showing me a paper, but I'm sure somewhere, somehow, that's not possible. So when we talk about digital inclusion, I want for this to be a very interactive session, because many times when we have panels, there's so much that goes on in regard to you people being the listeners and we asking the questions, and sometimes a lot of matter gets lost in between. So I wanted us to just think about digital inclusion. The homes that you come from, the shags you come from, do you think you are digitally included, or your family, your relatives are digitally included? Yes? By show of hands, yes and no? Are they? Okay, let's start with the home in Nairobi. Are you digitally included in your homes in Nairobi? Yes or no? Yes, right? How about if we take it to shags, to the village? Are your families digitally included? Yes? 50-50? Partly. How about your relatives' relatives? Are they digitally included? No. And there's a reason why, because if you look at the African continent, 500 million people do not have access to electricity. And if we're going to talk about being digital, we're also going to talk about electricity, right? Am I right? So last mile connectivity for electricity is also last mile connectivity for ICTs. And digital inclusion has a lot to do with the two of them. So today we want to talk about private sector involvement, because we know that this is not just an issue of the government, it's also an issue of the private sector. How are PPPs helping with achieving digital inclusion, but also where are we in regard to regulatory frameworks and reforms, policy implementation. We do have on our panel, or our roundtable, Christopher Kemei, Director, Universal Service Fund, Communications Authority of Kenya. A round of applause for him. We've also got Ashish Malhotra, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Airtel Networks Kenya. A round of applause for him. We're also hoping to have Mercy Ndegwa, who is the Public Policy Director, Eastern Horn of Africa, at Meta, which many of us know as Facebook. When she gets in, we'll make her a part of the conversation. Thank you. And I'm going to start, maybe if now is a good time for my microphone to be on. I'm going to start with Engineer Daniel Obam. And by the way, my red outfit has nothing to do with Airtel this morning. I was blending in with the carpet, so please. On that note, Engineer Daniel Obam, and it's so good to have you on this round table, especially because we are talking about Kenya. And I wanted to find out from you, from a digital inclusion perspective, how would you assess Kenya's progress?
Thank you, Joy. First of all, I'm not the one who will answer the questions in case I contradict what the minister is going to tell the media outside there, but right. I think we've done very well. If you look at the policy and regulatory frameworks that we put in place, if you look at how we've established the Universal Service Fund, and probably Chris is better placed to talk about that. As you said, you asked people how many of them can do without their phone, and only one responded. If we went to my village in Busia, I can assure you that people have a variety of phones, from smartphones to just, Mulika Mwizi. And that's because of the efforts that have been put in place by the government and, of course, private sector in achieving inclusivity. Of course, we still have a long way to go. I'm sure maybe in the morning GSMA, I see Caroline is here, may have talked about some of the challenges that come. It's not because of lack of policy or availability of the signal, but there are other things that inform why the inclusivity is not complete. Could be devices, as the CS said, could be the cost, could be skills, which the CS also talked about. But I think GSMA has done some studies, I don't remember exactly the figures, but we are pretty up there if you compare with other African countries. So, of course, as somebody who works for government, I'm sure you don't expect me to say otherwise. But the reality is that we've done very well, yes. And we are continuing to expand availability of services. The digitization and digitalization of government services, which the CS talked about, from 350 to 4,200 in 6 months. That brings on board people who used to walk hundreds of kilometers to just go get government services like an ID or a passport. So this is being brought closer and closer to the people by putting them online.
Great.
So the short answer to the question that I think we're doing very well. Thank you.
All right, we're doing very well compared to other African countries. Mr. Keme, I'm now coming to you, of course. I want to hear your thoughts in regard to digital inclusion, because we all view it from different perspectives, and I understand that Engineer Bam is saying that there's no level of contradiction here. But what is your take in regard to digital inclusion on the wholesome basis? The Cabinet Secretary talked about inclusion also for people in hard-to-reach areas, but also for people living with disabilities. What is your perspective on the digital inclusion progress in the country today?
Yeah, I hope my mic is okay.
You can use the handheld microphone just in case.
Yeah, Joy, thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me start by mentioning something that is often forgotten with respect to inclusion in general. I want to invite you, I'm not a lawyer, but I want to invite all of us to have a look at Article 27 of the Constitution. Article 27 of the Constitution is about equality and freedom from discrimination. Our reading of that is digital inclusion. Nobody should be left behind, even with respect to ICTs. Article 21 of the Constitution speaks to requirements to address the needs of the vulnerable groups of our society. We are talking about women, older members of society, persons with disabilities, children, youth, and the rest. And Article 46 talks about the rights of Kenyans to reasonable quality of services. Now, what am I trying to say here? What we are dealing with here is a constitutional imperative. The drive to ensure that there is digital inclusion, nobody is left behind, is firmly ingrained in our Constitution. Let me then go back to maybe more than 20 years back. In 1999, when the reforms within the sector were undertaken, believe it or not, the access levels were less than, ICT access levels was less than 0.5%. 0.5%, as in we had only about 160 telephone lines in this country, not too long ago. But thanks to the decision of government to institute significant reforms, and this did not just happen in Kenya, it happened globally. Reforms in the sense of liberalizing the industry, ensuring that there is significant private sector investment, ensuring that there is proper policy and regulatory framework. We then as CA started licensing new players. And at that time, and I say this without fear of contradiction because I was right there. We were onboarding close to 100,000 Kenyans every single day into the digital space. And I'm talking about daily. Within 6 months, we had moved from 160,000 to millions of Kenyans connected. And that effort moved us, and I'm trying to address the question of where we've come, but more importantly, where we are at the moment. We moved progressively in this manner to the point that we got to close to 88% digital penetration. And then we got stuck. We got stuck because there are areas and people that could not be included, considering the prevailing circumstances, either in terms of where they live or their economic status and so on and so forth. It is then that we started thinking about how do we address the needs of these groups. People who are living in the northern part of the country, people who are poor in terms of access to communication services. It is for that reason that the idea of developing or creating a universal service fund came into being, which was set up and operationalized by 2014. Now, those efforts that were put in place between 2014 and now just moved us from around 88, inclusion level to 96 or thereabout, where we are at the moment, 96, 94. But as we progress, the difficulty, the effort required to move to 100% becomes increasingly difficult. Increasingly difficult for various reasons. For economic reasons, because return on investment is not there. For the reason that you sometimes have to spend, say, $1 million shillings to serve one person because of the areas they live in, and many other reasons. So this is my take. Let me not go beyond that. This is my take when we are talking about the efforts and the fruits that we have reaped out of the activities and the efforts that we have undertaken collectively as government as well as the private sector in ensuring that there is digital inclusivity. But there's a lot to be talked about for the remaining 2 million Kenyans, because there are still 2 million Kenyans that have never made a phone call. There are still 2 million Kenyans who, not because they do not want these gadgets, but either because the network is yet to arrive, or they cannot afford the device. And you heard the CS mention all this. And it is at this point that we really need to all have a conversation and say, what do we do to ensure that not only are we fulfilling the constitutional requirement of not leaving anyone behind, but we ensure that as we move to the digital space that provides opportunities to everyone, that everyone has those opportunities before them. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kime. And 2 million Kenyans who are yet to even make a phone call, some of those things we take for granted. And speaking of phone calls, Mr. Malhotra, I want to hear from you as well in regard to inclusion. What is your strategy as a telco, as a network that is tasked with connecting people to digital economies across board, from education to business, all the way? Tell me about that perspective from Airtel.
Thanks, Joy. First of all, you look good in red. All right.
Thank you.
See, when we talk about digital inclusion, it is the fundamental right. As Professor said, we've come a long way, a long way from about last 3 years, 4 years as an industry. While we speak about home broadband, which is a little more sophisticated, the first access of any customer is on a digital platform is through mobile broadband. today where we are as an industry, telecom industry with all operators put together, just about 50%, 48, 49% of our customers own a smartphone. That's it, all right? Out of that 50%, 50% of 50% customers have a 4G phone. For us as a telecom operator, our basic core investments are on providing higher network across the country. As Airtel, we have gone ahead and doubled our network. I know we are not there at every corner at the moment, but we are adding more and more network every year, every 6 months. In fact, for this quarter itself, we are adding another 350 sites, which is just basically adding more and more touch points in the market. What we have taken as a platform is to be the most affordable network in Kenya. In fact, day before yesterday, we launched just for 50 bob, 1 GB for 24 hours. All right, this is less than about 40 cents for 1 GB cost. It's just not about having the network being there. That is a prime and most important part as a first step. Making sure that the network is available for a customer to use. That is the next big thing that we are focusing on, and providing most affordable products in the market. That being said, while that comes on the basics, then comes affordability, then comes the connectivity in the mashinanis. Late last year, we rolled out the program of Internet Mashinani. The network, the basic network of 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, yes. Another few months, we'll be launching 5G. And it will be, again, one of the most affordable services that we launch. So it's just about technology that we again layer. Now that is talking about the infra, investment, how the products are there, how do we position this thing. From an education, digital skills building, digital education, that is also something that we are partnering, and it's very close to our heart. We have tied up with UNICEF, and as of now, we're providing free internet to schools. Today, as we speak, as of last week, about 10,000 students across these schools are getting free internet access. Again, it's a host of, with digital connectivity, just the basics. The world gets connected. It's just one open area and all. I just quote my son's example. One day I was talking to my son and I said, what are you doing on your iPad or on your device and all? Why are you spending so much of time? He just told me, Dad, I'm learning coding. You know, during my days, I had to go to an institute, pay a coaching classes. Now on YouTube, he learns coding. So it's just so amazing what we can do with digital skills, how important it is. So that is one that is very close to our heart. How do we have the access to underprivileged schools? I'm not saying we're going to give free access to all the big schools, but underprivileged school is something that we are focusing on, so that there is digital access, students can learn.
So there is a nominal cost?
No.
No cost at all?
For UNICEF tie-up, we're not charging anything.
For a chosen few schools. All right, got it. And I think that because the future of education is also in highly digitizing the communities, because it's one thing to look at the students, it's another to look at the homes where the students come from or the learners come from, and that plays a big role as well in terms of ICT access and digital inclusion as well. Fiona Songa is the CEO of TESPOC, and TESPOC is one of the associations in the country today that are keen on making sure that everyone has access to the digital economy in some way or another, and they also do check a number of organizations when it comes to data protection and so much more. Fiona, I want to hear your perspective in regard to the policies that we do have. Are they sufficient? What more do we need to do with our policies? What policies are necessary to ensure that we have access to ICTs and also we're able to use them in the most proficient way? And I guess that's going to be the same question I'm going to pass on to Mercy Ndegwa, who is from Meta. Mercy is the Director for Public Policy East and Horn of Africa at Meta. Thank you both for joining the roundtable as well. Let me hear your perspective on policy.
Thank you so much. Apologies to everyone for coming in late. I was in another meeting where we were discussing policy, and I'll pick from that discussion.
Great.
I think one of the biggest challenges we're facing right now when it comes to facilitating communication access, and that is access to all, not leaving anyone behind, has to do with our tax policy. And from a 3-hour discussion on the current tax bill. And it is having a significant impact in all the progress we have made so far to facilitate inclusion and access of Kenyans across the board. The reason being that there is tax introduced not just on devices. We are having all manner of taxes being thrown at the ICT space. Yes, there's opportunities for taxation within the digital framework. However, we have to be very careful on how we apply taxation within this space. Otherwise, we are currently sitting in a position where it's going to be impossible for our Kenyans to afford the digital devices to be able to just connect even for a phone call. Why we're introducing, we've always had VAT, we're introducing excise duty on everything that has to do with communication. Originally, excise duty is supposed to be duty that comes from, as a result of where a product is being manufactured from. In the case of communication, where is it originating from? So there's a lot of gray areas around that and how that then should be handled. And that is going to really push, it's already pushing the cost of a device up by taxation coming to around 65%. So if you're charging 65% tax as a government on a device, how is the average Kenyan ever going to be able to afford? And I really appreciate the efforts of organizations at Airtel that are trying to cut that cost and to reduce it and make access as affordable as possible for devices. But the devices that need to be accessed are not just phones. We've got laptops, computers. There's a lot that needs to go there so that then we can have a proper digital economy and ecosystem that is functioning in the right way. Then in addition to tax on devices, we've got tax on communication. Anytime, it's been spread across even to card platforms. Anytime there's a swiping of a card, a transaction across the bank, anything online, they've added excise duty.
Right.
They've added VAT. When you look at the cost of that communication, it means the airtime that an ordinary Kenyan would put, say for 100 shillings, that would last probably a week or 2 weeks, now lasts shorter. It's finishing much faster because there's tax being collected right across the board, and then the service providers are being forced to make sure that they capture all that tax and have to submit it. It becomes a different ballgame altogether. So we need to relook at our tax regime. TESPOC has done a study, and we are yet to launch it. We'll probably be launching it in the next couple of weeks. And in this study, we do identify where taxation should happen, and we hope that we can use it to advise Treasury on where the tax points are, because they seem not to understand the ecosystem. And because of a lack of understanding and appreciation of the ecosystem, the efforts of one government department are going against the efforts of another government department that is really trying to make sure that we have this digital economy working. The other issue is the issue of infrastructure protection, and I'll keep going back to it. We would like to have the cost of internet connectivity as low as possible. However, it becomes very hard when there's a lot of vandalism happening on ICT infrastructure. And sometimes it is intentional, sometimes it's accidental, but a lot of the times I will say it is intentional because there is a lack of collaboration and coordination across various government departments. There's a need for a change of mindset within the government structures for co-regulation. The ICT regulator may not regulate everything, but other regulators need to collaborate with the ICT regulator so that there is sufficient coordination on facilitating growth of the digital economy, on facilitating protection of ICT infrastructure. If for example, the roads regulator collaborated with the ICT regulator, there would be less disruption on our fibers, for example, being cut as road construction works are going on. There would be less damage, and that means that then there would be it would be easier because the service providers would then save what they spend on maintenance and repairs and use it to expand the networks.
Right, so that's
Today,
more of multi-sectoral collaborations.
There's a need for that approach, and for some sectors, the regulators say there's nothing in policy that tells them they must collaborate. However, we're asking them to have a spirit of collaboration in the interest of this country.
All right. Okay, speaking of spirit of collaboration, Mercy, I want to come to you. Because your platform is where maybe all of us in this room, or at least 90% of the people in this room, spend a percentage of their time in a day. When it comes to the policies that are necessary to make Meta meaningful to Kenyans in the country today, how best do you think this needs to happen? And how is the government of Kenya, in this case, supporting the work that you're doing in helping other Kenyans, especially the younger generation? 65% of Kenya's population are below the age of 35. And so how is that working in their favor? How is that working in the favor of young people, but also generally the users of Meta in the country today?
Thank you so much, Doreen. Thank you to the CA for having me in this high-level panel. Again, apologies, just like Fiona, I think there's a lot happening this week in the ICT front.
Right.
And it actually touches on the question you've asked about, because Meta, as we speak, is hosting a Youth Safety Week, and we are currently engaging with civil society organizations, and I've just come from that meeting. Later on today, we'll be talking to policymakers around issues to do with youth wellness and safety, which touches very squarely on the question that you're asking. So it's very alive to our, literally, today's reality and the things that we're prioritizing.
Right.
Later on in the day, we'll be talking to parents and educators, and the reason why we are engaging those different stakeholders is because of the very question you're asking. For us at Meta, I think priority for us is always to make sure that we are leaning in and listening and learning from the insights from the industry. And I think to allude to some of the comments that were made by Fiona, who is someone I've also worked with for a really long time in the sector, as is the case with all the other gentlemen, Obama and Kemei. And I think the progression across tech, and especially ICT, has been very rapid, and it's continuing to be so. So we have come from those ages of, even before web to web, and then we've gone to mobile. We're now talking even many other devices becoming integrated to the internet and us using them. Mm-hmm. And we see that in our day-to-day lives. And so the realities, I think, keep changing. And so the reason why I'm highlighting that is because even the policies, therefore, have to stay alive to the dynamism of the sector. And the collaboration aspect is really key, because then it takes everyone. The multi-sectoral approach you've talked about is really critical in making sure that everybody is playing in their space collaboratively towards making sure that the experiences that we're having with the internet are for good, and they are actually, let me say, empowering and enabling societal good rather than harm. And so Meta is very central in these processes, because I think with over 3 billion users using our platforms across Facebook, Messenger, WhatsApp, Instagram, it is our reality every day to think about whether we have put enough safeguards or have thought through how we're developing the products themselves, products being those platforms that I've mentioned, to be alive to the day-to-day challenges and amplify the opportunities that there could be. If I could just allude to a little bit, maybe to just make this maybe simpler, because I think the topic of policy sometimes tends to feel and sound very high level and maybe away from most people, because like I said, it's multi-sectoral in the sense that everyone, including the users, have to play a part. And when I think about the interaction with tech, there is those who are in the business of supplying, for example, the connectivity as an example, because everything has a supply and demand, right? So you have people who are playing in the space of providing access, which is like a really important part, and in there will be policy-related concerns or issues to be addressed. So if you think about, for example, the government, who primarily has a mandate of policy making and regulating our sectors, enabling an environment that will allow for people to be able to invest in providing that access is a key question to ask ourselves. Meta plays in that role in shaping and supporting those government efforts. And so we work very closely with the Ministry of ICT, we work closely with different ministries touching on different issues of policy. So for example, like I said, later today we'll be talking to policymakers around issues of safety. That will be ministries of gender, for instance, or the Ministry of ICT and others who are interested in policy making and regulating around that space. So thinking about access, again, are we enabling an environment that allows for example, foreign direct investment or local investors to be able to expand and scale the reach so that we have every Kenyan, for instance, having access to high-speed internet? And that is a really key part, and it takes a lot of people to be involved. The government to create the environment, the private sector to think about investment and also to make sure that the investments are safeguarded and that they can be able to also to make commercial, it makes commercial sense. So questions like what Fiona is talking about, are we lowering barriers, for example, for access to that connectivity, whether it be questions around taxation as an example, or access to devices, you know, for example, making sure that those devices are readily available to any Kenyan is really critical. Because if we want to make sure that every last person is reached, we have to make sure those barriers are lowered. And the way to lower them is through policy and regulatory frameworks that improve that environment. Right. So there's those access issues. And then there is now the side of the demand, let me say now the adoption of those services. It's one thing to have layers, mileage of, you know, lots of fiber out there available to everyone, but if people can't use it. So there's concerns around how relevant is it locally, and I think those questions we've addressed for a long time in the sector and remain a relevant thing to address. And a lot of progress, like I said earlier, has been made in making sure that, for example, those who are developing content, so innovation hubs or, you know, startups and others who are in that space, are they creating solutions that are relevant to a local mwananchi? I think everybody touts M-Pesa as a wonderful innovation, and it is. And if you think about things like M-Pesa, even an old lady in the village is able to use those services because it is very relevant and responds or helps them to solve day-to-day needs. And when we make tech simple, we make it locally relevant to people that is so it gives them solutions to problems they have every day, it becomes easily adoptable. If it is language friendly, so for example, if you're not necessarily an English speaker but can access services using maybe Swahili as an example, it makes it friendly. And so making it locally relevant, making it easily adaptable and usable are some of the aspects to address on this other side of the divide. So allowing for adoption of the services through policy is also a really key part. And Meta plays across all of these pillars.
Thank you for that. And speaking of relevance, because we always talk about relevance, but maybe sometimes we are looking at laws that have sort of been bypassed by the test of time, right? And that applies to the ICT laws as well. And it brings me back to Engineer Obam, because you lead a task force that reviews the ICT laws. And I think the last time I read that you sat was around this time, the ICT week of last year. And, you know, looking into some of these relevance issues, there's a lot that does come up in regard to the regulatory reforms and the laws as well. How has the progress since that meeting been in regard to making this better? Because technological advances have almost tripled or even quadrupled since the first fiber optic cable was laid over 13 years ago. What would it take now for us to come or rise up to speed in terms of the law and in terms of the current businesses that are attached to the digital economy?
Okay, thank you. Maybe from last year, what has happened is that we're not just looking at regulatory reform, we're also bringing in new frameworks.
Right.
For example, the CS talked about the national addressing system.
Mm-hmm.
We are just at the tail end of finalizing a policy framework and a legislative framework.
Right.
That will have a common.
Sorry about the interruption. Can the people at the back hear? Can you hear clearly? Yes? Oh, okay. They're saying
it's a microphone.
Probably you can use the handheld microphones.
Use this one. Yes, we've last year we managed to look at reforms in terms of regulations.
Right.
And we did publish 4 regulations on broadcasting, infrastructure sharing, interconnection, and subscriber registration. Mm-hmm. It used to be called SIM card registration, but now you don't just register people with SIM cards, you register with generally.
Right.
So those were published, and we got comments from the public. We then also, since we are talking about inclusivity, the team that we are working with consists of the industry, TESPOC, and KEPSA, which is also 2 umbrella bodies that we believe have most of the stakeholders.
Yes,
then we have on the government side, we have relevant institutions like the Communication Authority, ICT Authority, the Office of the Attorney General, Kenya Law Reform, Media Council of Kenya, and the National Communication Secretariat. And so what we did about a month ago was to publish an amendment bill to KICA. KICA is the Kenya Information and Communication Act. And we published this again in the newspaper, two newspapers, as required by the law. And then we posted it on the ministry website. CA picked it up, we also picked it up. And we got a lot of comments from the stakeholders on some of the changes they would like to see. I can be honest, some of the comments, we got 25 years of liberalization. I think were a bit underwhelming. People are focusing on spelling mistakes and things like those. Like instead of calling it communication, instead of calling commission, say authority. Yeah, but the ICT sector has moved along very much. So some stakeholders, actually I told the task force, Fiona will tell you she's a member, that we expected a bit more. Some of them are seated here. And other than just doing, basically either asking not to be regulated or trying to be exempted, we didn't get personally I didn't get what I was expecting. However, we did get some proposals that were quite forward-looking. The issue of regulating online business. And Mercy is here, and I'll tell you, none of the big tech company gave us any comment.
It was a
so
no
either they are satisfied with it, or but any regulatory frameworks that are being enacted now need to look at online. There's a discussion around artificial intelligence. So no one is talking about this. So what does this mean? And then tomorrow we'll say that regulations is lagging developments. So I think there's a way in which we need to participate a bit more. Nevertheless, we got some very good comments. So we're still looking at, one stakeholder said we should regulate all online content, including platforms.
Right.
Some are saying, no, you can't regulate, it's not possible. With, I don't know how many thousands of videos being uploaded on YouTube every minute, and TikTok and Messenger and Instagram. It is not possible. So how do you regulate this? So that's something that somehow we need to figure out and give the ability that should there be harm, then it allows for the regulator maybe to participate with the industry to see how they can bring that harm down. The other one is what Fiona's mentioned, the issue of infrastructure protection. Because we do not have explicitly an critical infrastructure legislation, what we got a proposal from one stakeholder is that perhaps we need to put some provisions in the current law so that we ensure that infrastructure is not either willfully destroyed, or even if it's, to allow for this collaboration. Because today is not just the money that you use for repair. If you cut a cable that is, for example, carrying banking traffic, you've disrupted quite a big chunk of the economy.
Absolutely.
So that's one that we're looking at. The other one was the issue of how to better use the Universal Service Fund. We're talking about inclusivity here. Yeah. So a lot of proposals on how this should be done. Some industry players proposed that the fund should be allocated to those who contribute the most. Then the others saying no, but even those who contribute the most to taxation don't sit on the boards of those who collect the taxes. I think as long as this is being utilized in a transparent manner, perhaps that's most important. So that's also another issue that we're dealing with.
Right.
Yeah, so our next step now is to have a session with the stakeholders, especially those who contributed. We'll invite them, and we have what we call a validation, and we'll explain what we took on board, what we didn't take on board, and we need to take it forward. But again, as I said, there's a lot happening in this sector, and I think one thing that I've realized is that many stakeholders do not watch out for what is happening. If I'm operating the ICT sector, and the Ministry of ICT puts up an ad for 4 weeks on a law that affects your business, surely you can't come 6 months down the line and say that, when did you do this? Yeah, I'm dealing with a stakeholder who went to complain that they were never consulted.
Right.
They hadn't even seen the ad. They had not even seen the ad on the ministry newspaper. And they are regulated by CA. So I think we need to be a bit more aware.
Proactive.
And I think inclusion doesn't mean that it's one side. I think it flows both sides. So we are happy that we got, I think, almost 100 comments, and we are working our way through that.
Okay.
The next stage is that this law has, we worked on 4 regulations, there are 12 more. So the next stage now, after the law has been passed, is to now review those 12 regulations. Because these were done in 2010.
Right.
So they are due for revamping.
Okay.
So the reforms are going on well. I think we're in a good place. You see, if we made technology rhyme with development in the sector, I think it will fetter innovation. So I think it's good to allow for innovation to go ahead, and that's why CA and even the Capital Markets Authority are talking about regulatory sandboxes, so that you only regulate when you need to. So if they are going in tandem, then I think there'll be a fettering of innovation.
So it would need a more involved sector as well, and stakeholders.
Yes.
And like you've said, many of them are in this room, and some have no idea that it was put out there for public participation. So I want to open this.
Let me talk about co-regulation. We also, one of the things that we got from stakeholders are that for example, let me use the most popular or unpopular aspect, competition. We have a competition authority, but the competition authority came into being after the CA. So there were already aspects of competition regulation in the act that created CA.
Right.
And therefore, there's a need for the regulators to work together. There are some stakeholders who believe we don't need to get in, CA doesn't need to get in the issues of competition because we have a competition regulator. The issues of content, we have the Kenya Film Classification Board, that the law says that if you are broadcasting, your content must be rated. It must be according to the programming code. Again, this is something that came before.
Right.
Some stakeholders, they don't want their content to be classified because they think that that's intruding into their space.
Or accrued
so this
taxation.
issue of cross-jurisdictional collaboration is important.
Yeah.
Competition, content regulation, media regulation with convergence is not that every regulator must stick to their mandate. I think there has to be a common point where they are all meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
I want to open this up now to our audience, and maybe we can take about 3-4 questions real quick in regard to where you think the gaps are that need to be filled to make sure that we have digital inclusion and we are enhancing access to ICTs and usage as well for not just a few or a fraction of Kenyans, but universal access to ICTs in the country, and thereby enhancing the digital economy in the country. So maybe a few contributions from 2 or 4 people. By show of hands, the microphone will come to you and you can make your contribution in exactly a minute and a half. I can see a gentleman in a, is that a pink shirt? Is it pink? Am I colorblind? It's pink. It's pink or purple? It's bordering on purple, right? Okay, yes. And there's a lady at the back in a black jacket. Yes. And we'll take 2, yes, and right here. So you can use the microphones right in front of you if there's one right in front of you. So let's start there, 1, 2, and then we'll move to this side.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is to the CA. Let's say, for example, I'm an SME and I'm looking towards getting connectivity for my business, and one of the hindering issues that hinders me from getting internet connection to my business is installation charges. They are very high. I have to buy a router, I have to buy all those things. And then how can we get those gadgets to be very affordable? And then how can we get so that you can have a standard gadget? Because if I say take a router for Zuku, if I want to change, then I have to go to Safaricom and buy a router for Safaricom. Can I have one gadget that if I want to change, I can just change because it's just a router? Thank you.
Okay. Next question, and by the way, if you have a question that's specific to Engineer Obam, please raise your hand because he has a commitment in the next 30 minutes. We're going to have to let him go. So if you have a question that's specific to him, please raise your hand so you're able to ask that question. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity.
My question goes to Engineer Obam. I come from a border town, which is Busia, and I'm happy you also come from it. My question, not a question per se, but a concern. When you travel back home, you still have work to do in Nairobi where you are working, but you find that the network is picking Uganda. So accessing internet in Kenya is a very big challenge when you are in the border towns. I don't know if the government is working on it, because also my second question goes to the Mr. Malhotra, Airtel. I have an Airtel line, of which when I travel back home with it, there's also no internet at all. No network, no internet, same to other service providers like Safaricom. So kindly, in your policies, in your expansions, whatever you are doing, kindly be considerate on the people coming from the border towns. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to allow Mr. Obam to respond to the questions specific to you.
Thank you, my county mate. I experienced the same problem. Yes, it's called inadvertent roaming, and is a common occurrence along the border towns. What I'm going to talk about is a bit high level, but what is being done, it's a common problem globally. So at the African level, the AU, African Union, together with the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, through a project called PRIDA, Policy and Regulatory Intervention for Digital Africa, have put together a framework called the Harmonized Calculation Method for Africa, which is like an agreement to be signed by all African countries. And in that agreement, the main focus is what we call cross-border frequency coordination. And what it's going to allow, for us, the signatory is CA. What it's going to allow is that countries can actually use software tools to ensure that at the border they don't use the same frequencies, or they don't broadcast into each other's territories. So with that's a technical agreement. Of course, the solution will be in the actual implementation. Now, what's happening at the East Africa community level, and we have colleagues in CA who are involved in this, they actually do travel. Right now, work is going on along the border to address issues like that in Busia, in Namanga, in Taveta, even a bit northwest. So it's a problem that has been recognized, and actually our regulatory authorities have experts that are physically traveling along the border towns, and they are trying to resolve it. So we look forward in Busia. I'll try and talk to Chris here to see if they can start with Busia, so that at least we can report next year that the problem has been resolved. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And should you feel the need to excuse yourself, you are excused. A round of applause for Engineer Obam. All right, and I believe that the other questions had a lot to do with standardization and cost, as well as access. And I'm going to pass these questions on to Mr. Christopher Kemei, who, and also Mr. Malhotra, who are both into extension of coverage and standardizations as well. Maybe you could share a bit more, and it could be maybe coming from a point of lack of information. So maybe you can share more in regard to how this goes, in regard to extending coverage, standardization of infrastructure as well, and making sure that people are comfortable when they are accessing these digital services.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joy, for this opportunity once more. Let me start with and I think my colleagues are even better placed to address those two issues, but let me say this. With respect to connectivity, one of the things that we have been driving within the market as a regulator is to ensure not only that all networks are accessible, or rather, that not only network is accessible, but multiple networks are accessible. And that is for various reasons. One is to ensure that there is the consumer has a choice And it also helps in promoting competition, which of course you know the results of competition. Efficiency, better quality, you know, affordability, and so on and so forth. However, sometimes it's not quite possible to ensure that you reach that 100%. But there are solutions out there in the market and ideas that are already emerging. They are currently being discussed at international level. For example, the shared radio access network is called Shared RAN, which is a concept that you really don't have to replicate infrastructure. One of the providers can, you know, establish the network, which is then going to be shared by everyone else at the access level. So you just maintain your core network, and the access part of it is one network. That helps in terms of standardization and ensuring that all the networks are available at every point wherever there is network, and helps in competition. Now, this is an idea that is already being considered within Kenya. The question would be that would it require some specific regulations? Would it require any mechanisms of mandating that to happen sooner than later? It's an issue that is still live on our table, and most likely is going to come back to the public and the industry for further consultation on the way forward. With respect to the connectivity issue, the internet and the cost of routers, I think my colleagues are better placed to address that, and there are many service providers and equipment vendors in the room. But let me say this. I think there is an element of taxation when it comes to costs. There is also an element of standardization in the sense that if I'm an internet service provider and I'm providing my consumer a router, can I provide that router to be owned by the consumer, and the consumer has the chance to change the service provider at will? That is a business question that we need to discuss. The issue of standardization will follow that. If the industry can accept such a thing and come up with an arrangement where the router, for example, or the end user device, it does not matter who provides it, but the consumer has the opportunity to change the service provider, we would actually love to see that, because we always promote the issue of freedom on the part of the consumer and promotion of competition, so that the consumer is able, if the consumer is dissatisfied for one reason or the other over a service provider, you shouldn't be locked by that service provider. You should be able to change. And that helps in improving competition and quality of service at the end of the day. So I think my colleagues would probably address themselves to that. But from a regulatory perspective, from a policy perspective, it is something, there's an opportunity to address that. But of course, we have to work together with the industry. Thank you.
All right, Fiona, I see you have something burning to say. So I'm going to let you do that in about a minute before I come to Ashish.
Just to add on the issue of routers,
yes.
Actually today most of the service providers can allow you as a consumer to buy your own router that is open to connect the way you want. So I don't think it is as rigid as what happens is when someone wants to be connected, you're asked, do you have a router? Or we bring, you say you bring your router. So they bring their router. When they bring their router, most of the times it tends to be locked to that particular service providers. But from personal experience, I know that those routers can be opened, and it's possible for you to change the service providers but not have to buy the whole gear again. I know at least a number of them are open. They'll tell you, okay, if you already have a router, it's okay, we will come and work with what you have. We will configure our network on your device.
All right.
That does happen. So it's not rigid, it's just that when you tell the customer now to buy the router, then they don't know what type, what standard, what we want. They have no idea, they're clueless, so now they're given as a package.
It's an issue of information.
It's yes, it's about knowing what you want as a customer and being able to just let the service provider know that you already have it. They will be able to facilitate with what you have.
Great. So I can already see Mark standing right there, and I want to say, in conclusion, what is it going to take for us to achieve digital inclusion? For us to be able to say now we're at a point where we have universal access to digital services and usage by majority of Kenyans in the country today. So I'm going to merge those questions together with what your responses are, and we can come to a conclusion of this conversation. So, Mr. Malhotra.
So maybe I'll first respond to the points. And
Yes.
Fiona also mentioned to all the SMEs who want to start up business, there are routers which are open. You can buy an open market router that all them in the market. They're expensive than if you buy a router from a company, say Poa Internet or Airtel or Safaricom or something of that sort. There is an installation cost because we're not making these routers here. We're importing these routers from different countries. There's a cost of importation, the excise duty, the taxes are there, so there's a cost. There are some operators who are subsidizing it like us, and some are not. That being said, it's a choice a customer always has. For me, the biggest issue is, which I work on, is why should a customer leave, in fact? Is my network that bad in a place? How do I correct that network? And I should not give him that problem as such. Coming back to the next question at the Busia County level, which first of all, I would like to thank you, ma'am, for using and keeping a Airtel line without the network being there. So that shows the support and the love. Yes, we do have black spots, and I'm not going to run away from that. But the kind of love and support that we have got from the Kenyan market, we have started investing very heavily in the market. Just to give you a fact, about 2 years back, we were just about 1,500 sites. We are about 3,500 sites now. So we are investing. I will, as you said, some policies start from Busia. Maybe we start putting more coverage in Busia as fast as possible. And there are many such black spots which are there, but we are coming. And I want to just say thank you for your support and continue to do that. Last point is digital inclusion. It's always going to be a mixed bag of elements. It's going to be a private and public sector coming together. It is just not just the private sector keep on dropping prices, rolling out better technologies. We roll out 4G everywhere, but handsets are not there. Handsets are expensive. There's an excise tax on handset which is not there in East Africa at the moment. We have one of the highest taxations in the country, in the East Africa regime. So it is, you have to coexist. Our telecom operators, our endeavor is to give as much connectivity as possible, give the latest technology as possible, give the most affordable pricing as possible, and that's what we'll keep on doing. Right. But it has to be a collaborative effort in the days to come, and we have come a long way. All the policies, I'm not saying they're unfair, it's just that there are room for improvement. We'll keep on working with the government sector and policymakers and see what all we can push forward.
All right, collaborations. Fiona, what's it going to take for us to achieve digital inclusion in Kenya? Very briefly, by the way.
I will quickly mention the companies that build infrastructure. They can, and I'm going to target one in particular because we have had this conversation, and I believe that the tower companies are able to help the mobile operators and everyone else significantly, particularly in places like Busia where the challenge with Busia is the terrain is very hilly. And masts on a hilly point do not serve the customers in the valley. Yeah. And that is something that may need to be addressed differently when it comes to also distances around how far you can put masts and have the communication done. And I hope that, yes, Busia will be a starting point. I have offered Airtel to host them in our compound for free so that I can have communication when I'm at home. For 10 years, it's not happening. I don't know how else to give that offer. Right. But at the end of the day, to be able to get everyone connected means that we need to look at how we deploy. There's a project going on with educating girls in Turukana right now as we sit here. The challenge with those girls is internet connectivity for their ICT training. The courses are online. When you have to climb a tree to get connectivity, we still means we are not serious. Yeah. And when we say 2 million Kenyans are not connected, I feel we're slightly more than that. And we need to really make a concerted effort to make sure that if it means in some areas we'll have more masts, more towers, more infrastructure deployed to facilitate that connectivity, so be it. It may be necessary because, again, I say the terrain may require that extra intervention.
Right.
So let's look at how we do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mercy, over to you. And then we come over to Mr. Kamei for the last word.
Sure. I think digital inclusion is again, to reiterate the same point from earlier, takes all of us. And I would say active participation is the main takeaway advice, or encourage everybody to be involved in. Because active participation means in whatever space you're playing in within the ICT sector, you have input or contribution to make towards making digital inclusion possible. I think there's a lot of points that have been made around infrastructure, and I think that's a big one. Meta is rolling out a huge submarine cable. We call it, it's the Two Africa project, probably have heard about it, that will connect Africa to the rest of the world. It goes around the entire ring of Africa, 45,000 kilometers long. It's a huge investment involving not just Meta, but other consortium members, and that will allow for very high-speed internet for next technologies that will continue to demand a lot of bandwidth access for the country and for others around Africa, connecting to the rest of the world. And I think that's a huge investment on our part on infra. But I think active participation for me, when I'm calling out that particular point of action, is because I think that Engineer Bam mentioned the question of public participation in the regulatory issues that are coming up, like being when there's invitations for the public, take an interest, be able to voice your concern. I think there can't be enough comments regarding taking all of us regarding what we think we want to see the ICT sector look like, and it would be really good to have the input of all people. And if you cannot write directly to them, if you do not wish to, there is many bodies that are gathering insights on behalf of others. We do that a lot ourselves, which is why you'll not see in every submission Meta's name on it, but we'll have the likes of KEPSA, who are agitating for private sector players, the likes of Kictanet, who bring together both industry players, the government and others within a convening, are very good at articulating these issues. And so there's many. Find a way to bring those issues, even through your member of parliament. Just make sure these things are articulated the right way on your behalf to shape the industry. But also just innovation. I think for us, innovation is a big one, because you talked about creators. We still are very keen to make sure that we're hearing from you about what we could do differently to make sure that the products or platforms that you're engaging on, our platforms, are more relevant and suit your experiences, even make your experiences better. So letting us know, participating in any engagements that we have is welcome, but similarly, I guess, across all the different sector players who are inviting or hosting events such as that, be involved, be active, and also be an ally to others. So for example, you're savvy in understanding how to do this or that, please pass on the knowledge to those around you, because I think the ripple effect of that is that we'll have more people within the family, community, and so on, being more, let me say, better at understanding tech and being able to unpack it. So work with others, active participation at whatever level. You have a role to play. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Finally, to Mr. Kamei, your take in regard to digitizing the country, making sure that there's access, there's usage, and those 2 million Kenyans who've never made a phone call are able to be part of this digital economy.
Yeah, thank you very much once again, Joy, for this opportunity. I think I would like to be different, and thanks to Viona for really being our advocate when it comes to what it really means to ensure that there is digital inclusion. And I would like to challenge my sister, Patricia, that next year during the ICT week, perhaps we should hold this event somewhere in Turkana.
Yes.
Yes.
So that we really, because sometimes I feel like we are not the right people discussing this digital inclusion thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think the last time we were in West Pokot, and those of us who were there, we almost shed tears of joy on account of the testimonies that were being made by those people who were facilitated to send a text message for the first time in their lives, including the administration, government administrative officers there. So for me, I know digital inclusion means different things to different people, but for me, it is about ensuring that the 2 million Kenyans who are exposed, in the sense that if they get bitten by a snake, they'll probably die because they cannot make an emergency phone call.
Right.
That is really where my concern is. And it pains me sometimes if I put up a tender of 1 billion shillings that I have to ensure that these people make a phone call, nobody comes for it. It is very painful. And I think we need to judge ourselves very harshly when we are talking about this and we are not responding to this call. So, Patricia, please take up my challenge. And I think there is a thumb of approval from anyone, all of us, if we can take us to Turkana, and we have the ICT week. Hopefully, by now, fortunately, a number of areas in Turkana have 4G connectivity. But more importantly, we have even a lot more towers there that are not having transmission equipment, and they're already established. So what are we talking about? Are we really being sincere to ourselves? I see everyone is quiet. I think I'm making a point, and we really need to do more. Right. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to do more. We may talk about high-end digital inclusion, the issues that my sister Mercy is talking about, which are critical and important, whatever. But think about that person when government is digitizing all the services and has not made a phone call. You get sick at night, you have to wait for 1 week to send somebody to go and look for a doctor who is like 500 kilometers away, right, when in fact there was an opportunity to be saved either by emergency rescue situations. Mm-hmm. So again, this is my concern. This is my point. I think we need to start with the basics, put more emphasis on the basics, and there is no reason why we should not have reached 100% as we speak. Absolutely no reason, in my view. I thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists. At the end of the day, the challenge is really onto us, and what beyond the government is doing, are we doing as the private sector? Collaborations, partnerships. We've also heard that there's so much in regard to regulation. There's an over-regulation of ICTs to some degree because of the taxation that's going on. But from the private sector, the issues of cost, how do we make this affordable to all Kenyans, and taking care of those in hard-to-reach areas as well, issues around infrastructure, development or investment in ICT infrastructure, not just the broadband, but also the support devices that are needed to make this work for all Kenyans. I believe that this is possible. It's all a collective effort, collective collaboration, and I want to say a big thank you to our panelists for making this happen. And big thank you to Mark Masai as well for allowing me extra time to bring this conversation to a close. Thank you.
Actually, still have a contribution to the panel, right, if you'll allow me.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Lunch is ready. I'm sure there's a resonance to that. So lunch is ready, but thank you so much, Joy Doreen Bira, and thank you to your panel and the passion that you speak about those far-flung areas. We really appreciate that. Bonashish, sorry for the demands that come your way, but I'm sure you're used to it, given the service demands, and that is why you're there, to serve them. And it hasn't landed on deaf ears. You heard about the initiatives that are coming your way, at least to give more accessibility from the other stakeholders like Mercy and Fiona. And it was good to listen in. And from Engineer Obam's perspective as well, he wasn't able to stay on till the end. He had a meeting as well with the CS who has left. So we appreciate your time. Actually, it did start a bit earlier, so you haven't really taken, we are in good time. So thank you all for coming in good time and for your contributions. Joy Doreen Bira, I agree with Ashish, you look good in red. That was a smooth one, sir. Let's give them a hand as they leave, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So yes, as announced, lunch is served and is ready, but this is how we're going to go about it. There'll be vouchers that you will collect at the sign-in desk right there at the entrance, and it's going to be at the Nyamachoma Ranch right next to where you had tea a couple of hours back. And just to also keep you in the know that later on, after the 2 sessions we're having in the afternoon, there will be a cocktail, and the cocktail will be at the Palm Gardens right outside Cats Club. The Palm Gardens right outside Cats Club. So we'll have, you can choose to have tea, because it'll be right after 4 o'clock, or what will be served, cocktail. So it'll be up to you, but that's later on. And in the afternoon, we'll have 2 sessions. One will be steered by Barack Otieno, who was here for the first, and that will be on ensuring cybersecurity and data protection for ICTs. And then Laura Okal from 3 to 4 p.m. will be talking about fostering public-private partnerships to drive digital transformation efforts. So as you go to have and enjoy lunch, you can mull over the questions that you have for these two panels that will be coming up. So you have at least an hour for lunch. Let's be back here by 1:50 for the 2 o'clock session. Have yourselves a good afternoon as you enjoy lunch. Let's see you back here just before 2 o'clock. Asanteni, enjoy. Good afternoon. It's the voice from up here, Mark Masai, the MC. I hope you've enjoyed lunch. As I mentioned, there will be cocktails after, tea, a bit of snacks, whatever your pick will be. I'd like us to acknowledge the presence of the flag to the left and the right of the... And we have, just for backup, the digital one, since it's ICT week, and the physical one, ladies and gentlemen. And just to crack you up a bit, all on a light note, I would also now like to just remind us the flow is the same. Just keep your phone on silent so it doesn't interfere with the conversation, and you will have a chance to ask the questions. The afternoon sessions, we have 2, an hour each. 40 minutes for the discussion, 20 minutes to give you an opportunity to ask questions. And this next session in the afternoon, as I call up the moderator extraordinaire, Barak Otieno, karibu to the stage. He will be steering this conversation on ensuring cybersecurity and data protection for ICTs. He was here to start us off in the morning, so give him a hand as he takes his position there. Come on, it kind of helps with the digestion when you do some physical movement. And since we're getting into cybersecurity, I kind of have to remind you to be mindful of your gadgets. So don't just leave them lying around. Yes. Cybersecurity, and also mind your security. So make sure that your devices are have someone watching over them if you need to take a break, a nature call, or step out for a call. So just make sure someone has their eyes on it. But not to scare you, we are safe. So the session that we'll be starting will have 5 panelists, actually 6. And then we will, after that, Laura Okal, my senior in the profession, will be steering the conversation on fostering public-private partnerships to drive digital transformation efforts. But now for this focus, ensuring cybersecurity and data protection for ICTs, I'd like to first call Dr. David Njoga. He is a cyber governance expert, National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee, and NC4. Please give him a hand as he comes up. One mzito, by the way. We have Timothy Were, the Director of ICT, Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy. Digital economy, of course, he was represented here by the CS and PS earlier on, so we appreciate you staying on for the session. Give him a hand, please. And please relay the presence of the digital and physical flag. Thank you. William Makatiani from Seriano, Karibu. He's joined us this afternoon. Give him a hand as he makes his way to the stage. And Andrew Lewela, Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Network Information Center, Kennick. Karibu, he's a man in the stylish suspenders, so please don't suspend. And the socks, you should see the socks. So stylish man we have here taken to the stage. Karibu. Peter Mureithi is also here with us, Kenya Cyber Security and Forensics Association. Peter Mureithi. Yes, ndio huyo hapo Peter Mureithi. No pressure, hajavaa suspenders, but labda kesho ukija, kwa hiyo session ya kesho utaweza align na Lewela. Frank Monyango, Data Protection and Privacy Policy Consultant. Give him a hand, Frank Monyango. He is, last but not least, on this panel. Quite a heavy one, and so with no further ado, let Barak take over. I will be back here tomorrow morning from the early session. I have one in the afternoon that I'll be moderating, so enjoy the conversations moving forward. And I believe he needs a mic, but for starters, we could just start with that handheld one for Mr. Barak Otieno, as the others are also mic'd. Barak, over to you.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon. I'm Jambo. Yeah, I know most of us are fully loaded, but we just have 2 hours, and I believe you'll have done justice to the food that you've taken. So this afternoon, we focus on cyber security, and we are going to look at how to ensure cybersecurity and data protection for information and communication technologies in Kenya. So the session is going to address growing concerns surrounding cybersecurity, privacy, and data protection, and also explore the role of government, private sector, and individuals in safeguarding the digital assets. As the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Owalo, spoke in the morning, he talked about the increasing number of government services that are being digitized, meaning that more and more of our assets, of our information is online, and we can easily be taken advantage of. I think now it's gone beyond committee to other sources that I may not want to mention at this point. So as we've done in the previous sessions, we are going to start with a quick or a brief overview of the issues from the eminent panel that is before us, and we'll also give an opportunity to the audience, because most of you are users, most of you are the ones who are affected by cybersecurity in one way or the other, to also weigh into the conversation. So to start off, I'll give each of my panelists 1 minute or an opportunity to quickly introduce themselves, so that we have a good context or a good perspective of who is before us, and so that while you are also preparing your questions, you'll make sure that your questions can be addressed by the appropriate person from the panel. So I'll start with Dr. Njoga, who is on my immediate left, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the panelists in that order.
Thank you very much, Barack, for that introduction. Now, my name is Dr. David Njoga from the National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee, which we call NC4. Now, NC4 is an entity established under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act of 2018, which creates a framework for coordination and management of cyber incidents and cybercrime in Kenya. So I'm pleased to be here, and I'm sure we are going to discuss a lot of issues around that space. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Timothy Were from the State Department of ICT and Digital Economy. We are tasked with digitizing and digitalizing the nation. And as we do that, issues arise of cybersecurity, which we are going to discuss now. We are trying to ensure that every village, every town is connected, and every citizen can participate, can join the digital superhighway and participate in the digital world, e-commerce, education, and all the other activities in the digital world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barack. My name is William Makatiani, CEO Seriano Limited. We are a Pan-African cybersecurity consulting firm. We publish the Africa Cybersecurity Report, and we are partners of the Cyber Shujaa program, which seeks to train 2,000 cybersecurity professionals. I am very passionate about research and policy issues, so as we continue interacting, we can discuss those. Thank you, Barack.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thank you, Barack. My name is Andrew Mwanyota Lewela. I refer myself as the Chief Evangelist for .ke at the Kenya Network Information Center. So we have the delegated mandate to manage the .ke domain for Kenya, for Kenyans, both individuals and businesses. So we help you on the journey towards an online identity. And of course, that comes with risks, because we have state and non-state actors who do nefarious activities around your domain name. So I'm an interested party. Thank you, Barack.
Thank you very much. Peter?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Barack. My name is Peter Moredi from Kenya Cybersecurity. Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensic Association. What we do majority, we deal with awareness, training. Also, apart from awareness and training, we usually make sure that everybody is protected. We usually make sure we offer a good consultancy in matters of security. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francis Monyango. I am a fellow for information privacy at the International Association of Privacy Professionals. Also a privacy and data protection consultant. Happy to be here. Looking forward to having a great discussion concerning cybersecurity and privacy issues in Kenya.
Thank you, Francis. Without further ado, I'm going to start off the conversation from a government perspective, and I'll go straight to Mr. Timothy Were.
Thank
Are
you.
we safe online?
Thank you very much, Barak. That question doesn't have a simple answer because the responsibility for safety online is both corporate and individual. So there could be weaknesses at some corporate level, in some institution, or at the individual level. To participate and to partake of the digital world means that you have to be vulnerable to some extent, right? You have to be open, you have to be connected, and therein lies the danger. As the government increases the digitization and the connectivity, it means that we are now open to the rest of the world. We are open to people who are good and to people who are bad as well. So the government, as it digitizes and digitalizes, has taken cognizance of the fact that we need to enhance our cybersecurity, and a lot has been done in terms of legal framework, right? We had the cybersecurity policy that later bore the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act of 2018. And with that came the body which Dr. Njoga represents, the NC4, that brings together all the players who have a key role and a key mandate to secure the digital space of the country. And so in the NC4, that committee, we have people from defense, we have people from the police, the judiciary, public prosecution, the Ministry of ICT, we have some private sector people, banking sector. Those were the early adopters of ICT, and they're the ones who suffer more when hit, right? So I think that is one attempt at securing the cyberspace. A year or so later, we had the Data Protection Act. That office has now been operationalized, and we have the commissioner. It is now starting to bite. I'm sure you heard that several firms have been fined for not following, several data processors and data controllers have been fined for not protecting their subjects' data. So it is an ongoing process, and even now as we try to digitalize, we are aware that we need to have cybersecurity as part of the design of whatever solutions we are taking up, right? There's a lot of awareness creation, even among civil servants, on the need to safeguard the cyberspace, on the cyber criminal activities, and they have been told that they will be responsible if they are the loophole that will be used to access government systems or to compromise government systems. So it is work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive update, and I want to just move in the same spirit to William. You didn't talk about numbers, so I'm not sure whether we are winning or we are being won. But William, you said you like research. So from a numbers perspective, are we scoring, or are the goals coming in more on this side? How does it look like? I know if I ask the other colleagues, they may not divulge more information. So give us some numbers. How is the scenario like?
So I think we are struggling. When it comes to cyber, especially this year, we've really struggled. The challenge is we are now seeing adversaries that are now using AI. We are seeing ransomware attacks that are taking almost 4 days compared to attacks that are taking almost 16 days. And for an organization that has only deployed a firewall, pretty much you can't defend that. When you start looking at issues of fraud, we are seeing cases where money can be taken out of Dubai from a local organization. And you start looking at our preparation or preparedness, and there's a lot that is being done. Let's not forget that. We're just dealing with a very, very advanced group of individuals. They're better organized, they're getting resourced, and they're even grouping themselves so that the individuals who will come and organize the attack, the individuals who will attack, the individuals who will take out. So I think this year we've struggled. And as I was saying, it's really been hit by ransomware a lot. And of course, you've seen the ones in the media, but there are a lot more others that are silent because not everyone catches up on what it is. So back to the question, are we safe online? It's a very relative, safety is a very relative state, yes? It's like asking me, are you happy? Maybe this morning I was happy. Right now I'm almost depressed. Maybe by the end of the day I'll eat something and I'll feel better. So security really is a complex topic, and part of it is we need to appreciate the fact that it's everyone's responsibility. Yes, it's everyone's responsibility. As much as government can go out and put in all the policies, put in all the rules, if there's that individual in Keroka who's using their device and they don't know how to use that device, they don't know what a phishing attack is and all that, then it becomes an issue. From an individual perspective, there's that organization. If you have that user who logs on to a Wi-Fi which they can't validate, and these individuals go into a government agency and be able to get access to data, then it becomes a challenge. So are we secure? I don't think we are. It's not an alarmist comment. We are just not secure. On a scale of 1 to 100, I will put it at maybe 35% secure. And part of that is a journey of validating that we've put in place certain controls. The individuals behind those controls might appreciate what they're doing, but most of them don't know what to do if something happens. And in a typical case, a very simple question you ask an individual, if today you get hit by ransomware, what do you do? 90% of the individuals tell you, I will call KESAT. By the time you get to KESAT, what else have you done? Can you stop the attack? The second question you ask, if you thought you would be hit by ransomware, what are some of the basic things you need to do? Only 20% of individuals are able to respond to that query and tell you we'll need to take encrypted backups. So you start looking at those factors and then you appreciate the level of exposure that we face as an organization. And it's not a Kenya issue only. So we also need to just understand the complexity that it's just not Kenya only. We are a little bit more advanced in technology from mobile to all this, and therefore the noise and the exposure is probably more pronounced.
Thank you very much. I think I want to, with that perspective from government and the additional points that you have made, Mr. Makatiani, I'll move to the Kenya Computer and Cyber Forensics Association, because you are dealing more with the citizenry. What is the state of Wanjiku?
First, thank you very much for the question. First, I'll say we are not safe. As individuals, we are not safe. We are in a place, we are almost failing, because right now, if I could ask someone or anyone how many have authorized MFA, we call it 2FA or MFA, multi, in short, let me put it in this way, multi-factor authentication and two-factor authentication. This enable you, if maybe, for example, I'll give you a good example, WhatsApp. Everybody is using WhatsApp. If you want to log in WhatsApp, you first ask for your code. But attackers have come with a way that they can bypass that. We can see that even WhatsApp recently, Mark came up with this invention that you can use your same WhatsApp in different mobile phones. But can you check if you find that you have not, how do you say it? If you don't authorize the 2FA, you'll be hacked. But the 2FA is not only the only solution. We have this solution like MFA, the multi-function authentication. A good example is email. Your email, everybody uses email, and your email asks, when you try to log in, asks you about your email, your password. Do you want us to send the code to this number? If attacker can intercept that one or send you a phishing link, you know, many people, I will say that many people are so enticed in coming to this social media. You find maybe, for example, you're in TikTok, maybe for example TikTok, maybe for example Facebook. So the attacker have come up with a way that they can bypass that. They will send you maybe a phishing link saying that, hey, for example, Mr. Brian, we have seen that you have committed an infringement. You must click this link to safeguard your password and everything. So when you click on that, you are directed to the attacker's phishing website where they'll ask you about your password, and your code. You see, we are not safe. If we are not safe, if you don't include the MFA, the multi-functional authentication method. And about if Wanjiko is safe, I would say we are still not safe because as the government have introduced this initiative of smart hubs, we have hotspots in different parts of the country. Most people you'll find them that are sharing sensitive information through the Wi-Fi, which not recommended. In the scale of maybe 1 to 5, I would say as individual, we are not safe at all.
All right, I'll come back to you with further questions, especially regarding the role of the citizens, because we are discussing the role of government, we are discussing the role of businesses, but as a representative of citizens, I would also wish to find out what exactly are you pushing so that citizens can play their respective role. But let's pack it for now so that we can bring Mr. Lewela to the fore. Of course, many of our businesses that are online are either on .ke. I don't want to speak about the others for now. But having said that, how are we balancing the benefits of data protection as well as those that come with the digital economy? Speaking from a perspective of the .ke administrator.
Thank you, Barak. I hope I'm audible. Before I make some segue into your question, I wanted to add some statistics as shared by my colleague. Fortunately, CA, in their quarterly statistics, they share some of this data. So I just looked at the last 2 quarters. So cyber threats detected the last 2 quarters has grown 3x. Yeah. Then threat advisories given to the different parties in the ecosystem, that has grown more than 2 times in the last quarter. So, Barak, I think the context for me is to say that the attack surface is expanding and expanding rapidly. So, let me then now get into the question of how do we then balance the benefits around data protection and the digital economy. Because the government has set a very ambitious plan for the country to expand the digital economy. That comes with its threats and challenges. But also there's a law in place. So as one of the critical infrastructure providers in the country for .ke, we are guided by the law, but we are also very clear that it is a new law. And while people are a bit upset that the data commissioner is maybe penalizing them, I think there is a learning curve we all have to go through. And we have not been spared as KENIC. We have had some challenges there. But what is critical is for us to realize the digital economy benefits is to be mature enough to walk the journey together. It is a multi-stakeholder challenge. Cybersecurity is not a government or a private sector or individuals. It needs to take a multi-sector approach. And so for me, for us to really derive benefits, we have to really do a lot of things in tandem. Some of them is to ensure that we take all users along this learning curve, continuous learning. around the law, the regulations, the assets they need to protect, the technology, the people issues, because let's agree, human beings are part of that weak link. So we need to continuously empower our users so that they can effectively approach this. I'll finish with an example that we did at Kenik about a month ago. One way that, or one of the statistics that is coming up at the top is actually phishing attacks. So we sent email to all staff just to see who will open that suspicious link and expose us. Fortunately, we had 99.9% who did not open. So there's only one individual. Luckily, it was not me. But what did it mean for our technology team? It means we have to double click on this issue because we are not 100% there. So I think that's sort of the journey I see to ensure that we are able to balance these two factors going forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and especially for bringing up some statistics. And as I move to Francis, who will give us a perspective from academia. In the morning, we had a panel that discussed connectivity, and some of the statistics that were shared around were 98% coverage. Never mind the statistics, we can debate it at tea time in the evening. But 21% uptake or 30% in terms of usage. So as Andrew says that attacks are growing 3x or 2x, and we are at 21% usage out of 98% coverage. I don't know whether that is board mass or what I'm bringing to the table. What is academia doing to ensure that we don't increase to 5x or 10x? Is the maths mathing? We are stuck. I'll repeat it in Swahili later on. But Francis, to simplify the question, what is the role of education in promoting cyber hygiene and creating a culture of cybersecurity?
Thank you very much for that question, Barack. Education, as you know, its purpose is to educate, to pass information, to make people informed. And what we are seeing right now in Kenya is that the society is becoming more digital. People who aren't using mobile devices 10 years ago right now are using mobile devices, even in other aspects of our lives that we not anticipate. Good example, like if you look at communities these days, they're governed via WhatsApp groups. You see the WhatsApp groups in estates where they're discussing everything. So technology each and every day is becoming part and parcel of our lives. And the more we adopt technology, the more risks increase. So for academia, because we have a platform or forum where we can impart knowledge and spread ideas, I think the biggest challenge that we have is to use this platform to create awareness. One thing that we need to also, I like to laud the Communications Authority for what they have been doing, has been their work on children, child safety online, that is intended with data protection, because right to privacy, and cybersecurity work as well. The Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act has provisions that protect children. The Children's Act, which was enacted last year, the new one, has a lot of provisions which talk on child privacy online. So, and the CA has been doing a lot of work. I've seen some partnerships that they have had with schools and organizations which are working with children. And in that, you see that there's a role that education has to play in terms of educating children on what they need to do online, how they need to do, and also the guardians. Because children won't get the devices by themselves. They get this access to these devices through their guardians and their parents. So their parents and guardians also have a role to play. So when it comes to academia, basically, let me just talk about the education sector. The challenge that we have is for them to take up that role and not take it as a burden, but take it as something that needs to be done. Same way you teach hygiene. It's necessarily, it may be in the syllabus, but it's something which you will enforce throughout because it's something which needs to be done. So even when it comes to aspects of cyber hygiene, digital security, the ones that people need to learn about, academia needs to do that. Because I will quote some statistics from 2019. So ISOC did some research in 2019 that was published in the Digital Economy Report of 2019 on the privacy awareness of Kenyans. And within that study, I think they looked at 5 countries, but in Africa they looked at Nigeria and Kenya. Kenya ranked last at where over 60% of our population were not really aware of security issues online. People are just happy to be online. We hope that in the near future that people will be more aware of these issues, and while they enjoy the good that the digital world brings, they're also aware of all these things that my colleague here was talking about, such as importance of passwords, two-factor authentication, and also not sharing, being aware of what they can access in public Wi-Fi's and such and such. So all these safeguards can only be imparted to people through education, but that's the challenge that the education sector has at the moment, straight from grade 1 up to university level. I know there's some partnerships which have been going on. Recently, I think early this month, Strathmore University launched just a course, a data protection course, certificate course, in partnership with, I think, GIZ. And I've seen also the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner going around the country and meeting different sectors. I think yesterday they met journalists. Last week, I think they were in Garissa, going around the country, just having awareness clinics and workshops with people to to inform them on what they need to know concerning privacy, data protection, and cybersecurity.
Thank you, Francis. And last but not least, before I come to the panel, I see people going into safe mode. Yes, just prepare your questions now. I will now come to Dr. Njoga with a simple question. We've heard of the Coast Guard. I don't know if we have a cyber guard or something like that, but I will ask them quietly. What strategies can we put in place to combat cybercrime and to safeguard national security? Recently, we saw one of the largest supermarket chains, walioshwa na muosho mmoja, or is it 2 times? And you know, even our grandmothers in the village are also going to some of these places to shop. What are some of the strategies that we are doing to mitigate against such attacks?
Thank you for that, and acknowledging that what walioshwa, and just like Makatiang also said, yes, tunaoshwa every minute, every second, and in large scales that most of the figures that we see may just be near an indication of how bad things could be. Let me start by mentioning the fact that cybersecurity, and Barak, allow me to speak English, unlike the previous panelists, so that we breach is as one of the strategies of dealing with the cybersecurity issues. Now, cyberspace, or cyber, is actually a new domain in the global space that is posing a challenge to all economies. We are aware, you started by asking about the Coast Guards. Yes, the Coast Guards, I was in Lake Victoria last weekend, and I saw them chasing some illegal activities there. So I know they're doing their job, okay? The National Police Service are also patrolling the streets, the roads, and also managing the crimes within the internal spaces. KDF are also doing their mandate, but the cyberspace has been left open. We have no cyber army, and as we can, and globally, the practice is that everyone is a cyber warrior within the space of the cyberspace. Why do we say so? Let me remind you of one of the major mandates of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, particularly Chapter 14, which talks about the mandate of national security as protection of Kenyan citizens, their businesses, and individuals against internal and external threats. Therefore, when somebody is bullying you, when some high school boy is holding a university's Facebook page from somewhere in Indonesia, then those are some of the indications of the, I wouldn't call it the creative nature, but the interesting nature of the cyberspace. That the activities happening in the cyberspace are not only local. In fact, a lot of the activities there are transnational and cross-border in nature because of how the cyberspace itself is designed. That the technologies that we're using, because cyberspace is around adoption of technologies. These technologies are connected between us in the local space, within the country, within the region, and in the global space. Therefore, that makes the cyber a bit complex. Therefore, as a fifth domain, it is a challenge, and we look at it as a national security concern. So we at NC4, that is why NC4 was established under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act of 2018 to set a national coordination and management of this cross-cutting nature or this cross-cutting issues around cybersecurity. You understand that cybersecurity is cross-cutting all sectors. Financial sector, we saw the other time retail sector of Naivas, we saw the academia, and many others. That nature makes it a bit complex, and therefore there needs to be quite some synergy being pulled together. The previous panelists who spoke talked about various interventions, from the academia, where the building capacity, from the .ke domain, and I challenge him that I am blessed to be a promoter and evangelist of .ke domains. It is one of those identities that is also facing those challenges directly, which could impact on our outlook as a nation. So we are, one of the things we've done is that as we focus on the cross-cutting nature of cybersecurity in terms of who is impacted, I saw one of, without mentioning names, one of the renowned cybersecurity experts in Kenya said he suffered a social engineering attack last week. I know he was shouting on social media without disclosing details, So this is one kind of phenomenon that affects people from all sectors, all ages, all levels of disciplines and expertise, and so on and so forth. Therefore, I would like to mention that as NC4, since inception, we have explored a lot of strategies, and most of these strategies have been documented. If you look at our website, I need to share this with you, nc4.go.ke, you will find the National Cyber Security Strategy for Kenya, running from 2022 to 2027, with a lot of interventions which are involving all stakeholders in Kenya, both individuals, private organizations, as well as public organizations, both Kenyan and foreign, because again, we also have a lot of international players within our space. A lot of the technologies we consume have not been made in Kenya, but we depend on them even to run our boardroom meetings, even to run our families, even to send our deceased persons to rest in peace. So we need to think about, what are some of the strategies that like you asked. So some of them is, one of them is to introduce a national coordination mechanism so that we have a way of dealing with the different challenges which come from various sectors. Just like I think Makatiani mentioned that sometimes reporting an incident, people may not know where to report cybersecurity incidents, not even, let alone identifying that this is a cybersecurity incident. When you wake up and you find your phone is not connected to any network, You know, you may think that your phone has run out of airtime. While indeed, somebody somewhere may have swapped that SIM card already and cleared your bank account as well as other commercial transactions. So that coordination mechanism is one of the strategies, so that there is a focal point for reporting cybersecurity incidents as well as responding to the same. The other one is also building capacities and capabilities. We, as a country, we may not be very sure if we have the right expertise to deal with various cybersecurity incidents. It is interesting, if not challenging, that that high school boy could hold that university that trains people up to the highest level of PhD in cybersecurity for 4 to 5 days, without being able to respond to that. So we need to ask ourselves as a country, do we have the right national strategies for building capacity and capabilities to respond to cyber incidents and cyber crimes? The other concern is about, as a country, and you see the government is having a very aggressive initiative, just like the rest of the world, of smart economies, digitalization. Therefore, the speed at which the digitization is ongoing means that we are increasingly being dependent and over-dependent on technologies. Therefore, we become more susceptible to cyber attacks. So this brings in the other concern that the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act has given us a mandate under Section 9 to 13 of protection of critical information infrastructures, which provide services which we call essential to citizens, individuals, businesses, and governments. So as NC4, we look at protection of critical information infrastructures as one of the key initiatives towards protecting our cyberspace and ensuring that the citizens of Kenya will enjoy the freedoms and rights as stipulated in the Constitution of Kenya to protection and to enjoy the other public goods and services as provisioned by these critical information infrastructures. So in a nutshell, I'd like to say that, like I mentioned, that national security, sometimes we feel sick when people think that cybersecurity is not security. Cybersecurity is security just like your physical security, just like security of your other assets, and so on. So this is so because cybersecurity is actually, as we speak now, we talk about the digital economy. The digital economy is the center for the digital economy depends on cybersecurity. So you can imagine what can go wrong to this economy in case of a major cyber attack that will compromise availability or integrity of some of these services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now as I turn to the audience, naona wengi wenyu mmeoshwa kabisa in the cyberspace. The way you are looking, yeah, you look culpable. Now, if you have any questions, I will take 3 very quickly. Yes, I see the lady on the right. Forgive me for if I may not know your name. And then there's a gentleman here. Any more question? There is a gentleman at the back, and then I'll take the last one there. Then we'll have a round of closing remarks from the panel. Please introduce yourself, and then we proceed.
Thank you. My name is Happiness Messiah. So,
do you have a microphone there?
Yes, I think it is on.
Or there is no network?
Can you hear me? Oh, thank you. My name is My question is this, or rather, I don't know whether it will be a question or a concern. In the morning, we were all told that the government is working towards enabling a digital identity by March next year. Right now, we are being told 60% of people are not aware of their security online. Someone said there that we are actually not safe online. So as a nation, are we ready for a digital identity? How prepared are we?
Thank you very much. Next, kindly.
Okay, thank you very much. Biz Mungai from Civil Aviation.
I have two questions. One for Mr. Makatiani. What are the top 5 aspects or things we should be looking at in terms of cyber resilience, and how do we measure them from an enterprise level? And then to Mr. Njoka, I wanted to know what are the practical initiatives that NC4 has taken for protecting operational technologies, especially for those who are in the energy transport sector. Practically, what has NC4 done to be able to protect that infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had a question at the back, kindly.
Good afternoon. My name is Albert. Amongst the many cybersecurity issues that are there, social engineering is also one that is more psychologically involving. So most users get defrauded because of an emotional aspect. A lot of communication is being done to these users to try and train and educate them. But beyond that, since this goes beyond 2FA, MFA, any other attacks, any other preventive measures that we are putting, what else can we look at doing to, protect these users who are emotively captured by the social engineers? Thank you.
Thanks. I guess, Francis, you can take that. There was one more question at the center. Oh, sure, yes. Please get a mic, then I'll take a last one here. There's a hand. Yes. I'll take your question. Thank you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Move closer to the mic, kindly.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Good after lunch. So this is my question to the panel. So right now everyone is talking about AI and AI-based products. So I don't know whether any of you or any of your departments are concerned about the security of AI-based products, and mostly in terms of securing the users from the negative side of it. So is anyone thinking about that, or the government for that matter? Are you coming up with any policies towards that? Or are you also sitting and waiting like the rest of us to see what happens?
Be polite. Thank you very much. Yes, our friend here.
Good afternoon, everyone. So mine is a general question. Mr. Philip talked about advisories that are AI enabled, that even firewall can defend. So I'll specifically talk about the deepfake AI technology. Before we create awareness with the common malware acts, I want to ask the panelists, what's there in place that is going to help the marginalized groups or the underserved communities into combating or remediating the deepfake technology?
Thank you very much. I'll come back to the panel. The rest of the questions we can continue at the break, or tomorrow we also have very interesting sessions to carry on the conversations. So I'll give each of my panelists a chance to respond to the questions that have been asked, and also give their closing remarks so that we can pave way for the next session, which will start in 10 minutes' time. I'll start with you, Daktari.
Thank you. The member, the delegate from civil aviation who asked about what NC4, what practicable, if that's the word, NC4 is doing to support the use of or security of operational technologies. Now, as NC4, since establishment, we have done several national cyber risk assessments on critical information infrastructure and civil aviation authority systems, and others are part of them. Now, initially it was a challenge, so as part of enforcing the law, last year in 2022, on 30th of January, we gazetted critical information infrastructures. And I think that sets out the mandate of NC4 in terms of having a legal mandate to audit and to enforce those critical infrastructure owners to implement certain controls. At the same time, that also transferred or enforced the responsibility of the owners of those critical information infrastructures to protect their systems. So we have done several assessments, we've done several audits of certain infrastructures that we as NC4 believe are critical to the nation or to the national security and may be vulnerable. So before something happens, we have had teams going to them. I won't give names because of national security concerns as well. We've also done response to certain entities that have been hit, whether in Oshua. We have actually sent our competent teams of experts to help them recover, and we've been successful in most of them. Even in others, where ransom has been demanded, we have told them never negotiate with the criminals. The government has enough and adequate machinery to punish cyber criminals. And negotiation with the criminals to pay ransom has never been one of those options. We've also participated in a lot of training and awareness sessions because some of these crimes or some of these threats are perpetrated through inadequate, poor cyber hygienes, or just poor control framework within those institutions. So we've done much more, and there's a lot of initiative ongoing. Sooner or later, we will come back to you, you'll hear about us, and we are going to engage you now we are going to come lower into dealing with various sectors. So for me, as my closing remarks, now that I was asked to do the same, is to just urge you that cybersecurity is our responsibility. We have a role to play in protecting our cyberspace. And let's do it because that is what will make us have a thriving digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Were.
Very much. To work in government, you have to be an optimist, right? While others are looking at 35%, you are looking at, we are going towards halfway. While, yeah, if I'm to respond to happiness on the digital ID, for all intents and purposes, if you do online banking and if you have an M-Pesa account, to some extent you already have a digital ID. And the operation will not be any different when we come to that. So we are aware that there would be some fraud, there would be some impersonation, right, that will take place. But we are trying to do the awareness sessions, and this will continue. So you shouldn't be afraid of the issue of the digital ID. Unfortunately, there'll have to be some collateral damage. Some people will have to suffer. But if we are to be out here, then those are the things we will need to adopt to move forward. If I go to Mr. Good after lunch, on whether we are sitting pretty and waiting as the AI takes over the world. There was a very interesting interview yesterday in the US Congress where the CEO of OpenAI was being questioned of ChatGPT and all those other technologies. And from the responses they gave, we are not very far off. Everyone is wallowing in this new, we were told not to call them emerging, in this current and future technology, right? Even the US is still mulling over how to regulate AI. It is moving too fast for the regulators and for the policy makers. So we are looking at it. Together with NC4, there are some regulations that are under development to give the CMCA more teeth. And one of the items is this one of emerging technologies, and AI is also there. So watch this space. We are keenly following the developments, And we are trying to run very fast to try and seal the loopholes, to try and see how we can safeguard the cyberspace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Makatiani.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll respond to the question from KCA. There are a couple things you can look at. Number one is awareness. Awareness is very important. If you don't have awareness, you have a challenge. There's an aspect of preparedness. There's an aspect of governance. If your board members don't know what it is you do, when it comes to cybersecurity, you have a challenge. Then there's detection capability. If you can't detect, there's no way you can respond. And response is the next one. The last one is recovery. Digital ID, I think it was Agnes. Digital ID is actually a security initiative. So when you think about digital ID, yes, the infrastructure is being set up, but it's pretty much a component of securing that. In terms of metrics, again to KCAA, we are now seeing metrics. Risk quantification has become a mainstream issue. We can quantify risk. If you think about cyber insurance, you don't buy cyber insurance because they came and looked at you and assumed you lose a amount of money. They can be able to quantify how much you lose from a ransomware attack. A typical ransomware in Kenya, you'll end up paying close to $500,000, depending on your size. So the quantification is there. The question on AI, AI is here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember HTML in 1994, 1995, AI is HTML. If you don't understand AI in the next couple of years, probably you'll struggle. You know, there was a time where if you didn't know HTML, you would not be able to do JavaScript, yes? For the developers, yeah? So AI is equivalent to that. My closing remarks, we do have a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. As Kenyans, we work very fast. We adopt things fast. We've built a lab in Kilifi, in a small town, in a small village called Kibaoni. And it's amazing what these kids are doing with that technology. We cannot focus on policy up here. We have to go machinani. The likes of Israel, the likes of Latvia didn't grow because they focused on government policy. They went to the ground and built kits. In 5 to 10 years, we should have HTML, what I call AI developers, coming from here because everyone else is still looking at this thing wondering what it is. So we have an opportunity. Cyber is scary. It's across the world, but it's also an opportunity for us. We should not be too scared.
Thank you. We are now very optimistic like government. Andrew?
Asante sana.
The Kenyans agree.
There was no question directed to me, so I'll just sort of wrap up with 2 points. So when we were growing up, you could play in any community, any neighborhood. It was safe. Modern times, you tell your children, do not trust anyone. So in cybersecurity, many of you have heard of the zero trust sort of thinking or architecture. I think we need to take zero trust thinking to kindergarten. As you brief your children, usicheze na baba Barak pale. You also tell them, when they are online, they should always think about opting out, not opting in. So I think it's a mindset thing. Yeah. In Israel, when the siren goes, where the incoming missiles, even a 7-month-old baby will crawl to the bunker. They have been wired to think security, to think, what do I do when in an emergency? I think we need to elevate our entire society to that level. And I think it might need to go to basic education. As we teach them arithmetic and numeracy, we also teach them to be aware. So my last point, at KENIC, when we design systems, we want them to be available, reliable, secure. So design thinking for security has to be at the center of the systems we build. It cannot be an afterthought. It cannot be that we build an infrastructure for the digital identity and then we ask ourselves, what about security? No. My view is that design thinking has to also incorporate security at the very early stages. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. In Kenya, when the alarm goes, it's break time or lunchtime. Peter?
Mine I'll be closing by saying these things. One of them, we are the individual, as individual, are the easiest link to attacks. So even if we say that what measures that the governments do and we are not ourselves, we are not secure, we are not doing anything. First, most of the companies, you'll find that, or organizations, you'll find that they don't have an incident response plan. If For example, every company have a physical emergency plan. In case of fire, you'll run this way. In case of this, you'll run this way. What about us? What about when online attack comes in your company? What will you do? What will you do? You don't have an incident response plan. Another thing I'll say, as an association, we are creating awareness, because you can't defend yourself what you don't know. So that's why you're creating awareness. For example, there's this trend of this malware that is being trained in all over. This is called Medusa ransomware. It's usually it encrypts files in your. Mostly it comes like a document or a Word document. You'll think maybe, for example, I'll give an example. Maybe you are dealing in a company where you have to collect maybe feedback from your customers. You find somebody send you maybe a phishing email or a word saying that, hey, I have this complaint. What do? Do you have a mechanism to protect yourself from that? How do you know that this is an original file that it does not have any viruses? And how do you know that this is a genuine one? So as an individual, we must come up together and create some things like plans on what we shall do. And also, I've seen it's been a trend. When people talk about IT, they generalize IT. They say this is an IT. Maybe you are a software developer. They think that you can do something maybe related to security. Maybe you're not aware about security. You're so focused in coding. You don't know about this. I think a company should come up with, even organization should come up with a strategy. Maybe they create a department like security that deals with security. The way we have in our company, most of our companies, we find that we have a security guard. We must have maybe somebody, maybe a cybersecurity department that can deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Frank, please conclude for us. We are already into the next session or the final session. So please conclude it for us as we usher in the next panel. Okay. I'll close by saying that we should look at our current situation as an opportunity to get better, not antagonize and think that there's nothing that you can do. It's an opportunity for us to think on how we can improve as a country, how to build awareness, how to change our the practices that we're used to online. We're probably used to oversharing, and those are the things that cyber criminals use to be able to create a profile of you, and you use it in also social engineering. So probably such things that people need to learn what they can share, what they cannot share. And then, as a colleague has just said, training within organizations, that's necessary within schools from kindergarten. We need to start developing that language for people to know that the online spaces are good and fun, addictive, but it's not safe. And last but not least is that we should acknowledge that people actually now much more aware of their rights online, the safety online. And a good example is if you look at how the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner has been busy in the past 2 years, last year and this year, it shows you that people are actually aware of their rights and they're actually taking action. Thank you very much, Frank. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this panel. And as we usher in the next panel, which will be focusing on fostering public-private partnerships to drive digital transformation efforts, the session is going to address the importance of collaboration between the public and private sectors to drive digital transformation efforts and showcase successful partnerships and initiatives that have contributed to the growth of the ICT sector in Kenya. In the hot seat will be Laura Okal, who will be taking over from where I have stopped. And I request that we rise on our feet so that we give this gentleman a round of applause as we also stretch a bit. I see most of us have sat for a long time. So a round of applause for the panel and for yourselves. You may take your seat. Laura, please take over the steering.
This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a The Communication Authority of Kenya has launched the 6th edition of the Kuza Broadcasting Awards. This annual event recognizes and rewards excellence in the broadcasting sector, with this year's theme being Shaping the Future of Broadcasting Towards a Creative Economy. We invite you to vote for your favorite broadcaster under the People's Choice Award category by sending a text message with the word Kuza to 15601 or vote online via the link provided. Voting is at no cost and is open until 28th May 2023. Let us get voting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for staying on until this time. My name is Laura Okal. I am going to take you through this last session this afternoon. And I have a list of 5 panelists who are going to be joining me here for the discussion that we're going to have shortly. So I will call Dominic Ooko, Fidelis Muia, Engineer David Mulongo, Lona Nyandat, and Kagwira Nkonge. Karibuni. Thank you very much, the technical team. This is a back-to-back session, and I am glad to be here, and I'm also glad that you could stay on. And as we come from that cyber conversation, I don't know, but I just feel scared. Already I feel so scared, but we hope that the people who are concerned will be able to guide us, will be able to take us through this journey so that you're not left behind because of fear. Fear is something which is quite dangerous. So this afternoon, this last session, we are going to talk about fostering public-private partnerships to drive digital transformation efforts. And what I want to say before our guests, our panelists, introduce themselves is, whatever it is that we intend to do in this digital space, I want to say it is impossible, though I stand corrected, to operate as an individual or as a private person, maybe without involving the government, because the government needs to be the driving force behind this conversation. So this afternoon, I want to give my panelists a chance to introduce themselves the best way they want, so that we start this conversation right away. I'll start with you, Dominic.
Thank you, Laura, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to be here and to join my fellow panelists. My name is Dominic Ooko, Deputy Director, Revenue Assurance with the Communications Authority of Kenya. So basically my 8 to 5 role is to ensure that the authority has enough money to do its job, and of course to also ensure that you have your choice beverage in the evening. So I'm hoping that these discussions on partnerships will give us some insights into how we can bridge the infrastructure gap by letting government focus on its regulatory and policy development, and we can leverage then on the private sector's business and financial acumen and efficiency. Thank you, Laura.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Lorna Nyandat. I work with American Towers Corporation as head of legal and regulatory. So probably you can tell that I'm a lawyer. So hopefully I'm not the only lawyer on the panel. Essentially, ATC is actually a subsidiary of an American company that deals with passive infrastructure. So essentially what we do is that we build a passive infrastructure across all the 47 counties within Kenya, and we provide co-location and power management services as well as site maintenance. So I'm hoping that I'll have the opportunity to talk about some of the partnerships that we've been able to have with government, especially around USF, and look at the regulatory framework that currently exists and some of the challenges and areas of improvement that can be made within that regulatory framework. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fidelis Muya. I'm working with the Kenya Bankers Association. Presumably all of you know a bank of one form or another. And so we represent the banking industry in some of the initiatives that government does, specifically in doing a lot of technical developments and innovations around financial services. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Kagweria Nkonge. I work with the International Telecommunication Union, which is in short ITU. ITU is the UN Agency for Technologies. In Kenya, the ITU has various initiatives, but I would like to focus on two main ones. One is GIGA, G-I-G-A. So GIGA is a partnership between the ITU and UNICEF that focuses on schools and trying to connect every school to the internet to make sure that every kid has access to information and opportunity. And how we're doing that is by mapping schools using GIS mapping, so mapping the locations of schools, as well as the proximity to infrastructure such as the fiber optic cables, ICT hubs, and all that, so that we can use the maps to identify where gaps are. The other project that I would like to talk about is a partnership between ITU and FCDO. FCDO is the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office of the UK government. So the ITU has a partnership with the UK government through the UK Digital Access Program. And under that partnership, we have 4 pillars that we are focusing on. One is regulatory analysis and framework development. The other is sustainable operating models for connectivity. And then we have private and public partnerships, like how to create an environment that fosters public and private partnerships. And then also there is another pillar of digital skilling for a better workforce. My background is cybersecurity and digital forensics, so the previous conversation was very interesting to me. I also have a background in international development and public policy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Mlongo. I work for Visca Industrial Capacity, which is a local organization that leverages knowledge to help organizations enhance their performance and productivity across around 5 different areas, but specifically what is relevant to us here today is on our products within digital transformation. We've had a chance of work on use and impact of USF services, and also last year we were privileged to develop a 5-year strategic plan for USF through the Communications Authority, and also we shall be offering them some technical assistance in implementing that plan. Professionally, I'm a telecommunications engineer, but of late, focusing a lot more on digital access for the marginalized. So we hope to share some experience that we've had that are relevant to fostering PPPs in the ICT sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. So I just wanted to start right away. And as we begin this conversation, I'm thinking, as individuals, we are already occupying the cyberspace. Maybe you haven't started, but you could be even thinking of starting something on your own. And when you start it, you'll always think of making it bigger and making it better. So Dominic, as we start, what is the role of public-private participation in driving digital transformation?
Thank you, Laura, for this question. I must say that we've indeed come a very long way. Looking back, say 30 years ago, where government owned almost 90%, if not all, of the telecommunications infrastructure in Kenya. And of course, it took a lot of money. But back in 1999, we had only 160,000 lines. Today, the opposite is true. And that's because the private sector has now invested in the sector. And it has made it possible for people to have access to internet and, of course, other digital services. Borrowing now back from maybe across even in our personal lives. First is that there must be mutual benefit. For people to work together best, something must be in common. And that's what PPP is also all about. Government, in this case, is interested in having social benefit, whereas, of course, for the private sector is about profit. The other issue is about the strategic partnership, looking forward towards long-term benefits versus the short-term benefits. If you compare this type of, in PPPs and the ordinary procurement, in the normal procurement, it's about you place an order, you deliver, and shake hands, and that's it. But in PPPs, it's a long-term, because most PPPs last more than 20. It requires continuous engagement, and that's why, as government, we are here to listen.
CapEx intensive, you know, so if I'm being required as part of my annual licensing obligation to contribute a certain percentage, I'm actually being required to contribute towards USF a certain percentage. On top of that, I'm still paying taxes, yet we have very minimal incentives within the sector. You know, then what then encourages me to want to, you know, put in a lot of money to collaborate with government in certain initiatives? Then secondly, I would actually talk about the ease of doing business. You know, that has actually been a big challenge for us. You know, I'm sure most of you who operate within the industry have seen what is happening at the county level. You know, nowadays we have counties that are also charging annual licensing fees. Yet, you know, that is something that is within the domain of the CA as a regulator, and it's at the national level. It is not something that has been devolved to the county level. But if you have counties charging you between 150K to 250K per site, it becomes an impossibility, you know. So when we are taking into account some of these considerations, particularly, you know, from the USF perspective and how we want to administer that USF and how we want to incentivize, you know, companies such as ours to go and deploy infrastructure in some of these places like Busia that was being mentioned in the morning. You know, these things need to be taken into account. If you're going to be duplicating fees and charging me such high costs, then I'm not going to be incentivized to want to, you know, invest in that particular sector, or even to want to partner with government on any initiative in that particular sector. And then something else I think that is very important is around having a sort of like protective mechanism. You know, we talked about CNI in the morning, and the fact that it was actually also mentioned that we now have NC4, and you know, we have now that designation as you know, critical national infrastructure. But it's a policy gazette notice, and it's anchored under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. You know, how does that really protect us? You know, how does that really help us? You know, we need to have like a standalone either regulation within that particular statute, or we have a standalone legal framework that deals with the issue of protection of, telecommunications infrastructure for us to be able to operate effectively.
Are these conversations that you're having with the government already?
Yeah, these are conversations that we've been having with the government, and it's not just conversations around those particular issues only. It's also conversations around issues like the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act that sometimes shut you out. Because sometimes you have certain services within the sector that can only be provided by entities that are considered as local entities because they're trying to encourage localization. But in that agenda of trying to encourage localization, you actually end up losing on the technology and innovation that can actually come in from foreign entities. So I think we just need to rethink that particular concept and see what can be done to incentivize, people, to actually want to participate and collaborate with government in terms of deploying telecommunications infrastructure or access to connectivity within all parts of Kenya.
So there is hope at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, definitely there is hope, yeah.
So Fidelis, when I come to you, are there any success cases of public-private partnerships that have accelerated growth in the ICT sector, particularly?
Yes, I had about 10 pages, so I'll just read two. I'll start from a historical perspective. Government had, I think before the year 2009, not a lot of digitization had happened. So I think with the development of the new constitution, there was a lot of acceleration on digital infrastructure. And that primarily I attribute to the public requirement of, or rather the constitutional requirement of government to involve stakeholders in their decision. As a result, a lot of things that government has done have been driven by the demand of the private sector in terms of specifying and having an input. So I can just give you a few examples. For example, if we look at the payments environment, we had what was known as the digital transactions discussion with the ministry, and that set up the government department that then became the ICT authority. Yeah, that was because we sat down with government and we told them, look, for you to develop the infrastructure and drive the policy, you cannot afford to be not digital. I mean, you can't be regulating digital entities yet you are in paper. So that discussion led to the formation of that team within the Office of the President to begin with, and then that became the ICT authority that we talk about today that has done so much in digitizing government. Along with that, for example, if I bring it home today, the Communications Authority had a strategy plan. The first strategic plan incorporated players from the private sector. And I personally was involved in developing the business case for that strategy. So again, you can see the private sector actually had an input in what government is doing. The National Payment Systems Act was actually developed in partnership with government to ensure that the payment systems develop in a way that is inclusive. And you can see how Kenya's digital payments have actually become the leading in the region. And that is primarily because government and private sector have partnered together to actually develop practical things that actually solve real life problems. So I can say, yes, a lot of benefits have done. So if we go in terms of growth of ICT, for example, can I give you a practical example? The Kenya Police, the CID department needed to start investigating frauds and such. So there is a department of the CID that is called the Banking and Insurance Fraud Department. They are actually supposed to help the financial sector investigate fraud. But if they don't have the computer equipment and the necessary tools, then their capability of doing that is actually hampered. So what we did as an industry, as the association specifically, is we actually helped them by giving them computers. We actually bought the first computers for their forensics lab, and we paid for the licenses for those softwares. We also kitted the computer training school, that is the administration staff in administrative police in Embakasi. We kitted the whole computer lab for them. And that kick-started the element of driving digital forensics training the police. Now the police sector actually has a very, very technologically advanced system. So that is the private-public partnership we do. Because some of the things we know, they are hampered in either they don't have the financial resources, because we know government is limited in its budgetary allocations. So we augment certain facilities that then can leapfrog their capabilities to deliver. What is the other thing I wanted to talk about in terms of policy? We are looking about developing policy that drives innovation. So for example, if we look at the government services, we talked about Huduma Center, somebody talked about the digital ID, IPPRS. That already has an element of public-private partnership in it. Today, we talk of organizations like NTSA, e-Citizen. All those have government offering the normal environment that people need to play, but they have to integrate with private sector. So if you have to make a payment to Ministry of Lands through the use of the system of RDSASA, they have to integrate into the banking environment, and we have to collaborate for that to seamlessly work. Today, government collections are all digital. Government does not pay anybody for government services except through a bank account or a mobile number. Most of the players in the payment sector are not government. So we have to work together to ensure that these payments actually flow. So today, if you are supplying government, you will be paid within 1 day, you will get your money. So that is how the innovation and driving through the private and public partnership drives the growth and adoption of ICT. So if you look at facilitation of services, for example, the driving of the fiber optic across the country has enabled kids in Mandera to actually learn about internet. We talked about the child laptop project, Computer for Schools. That cannot be facilitated if government and private sector do not drive the internet growth. Mobile technology, we are now talking about 60% of Kenyans having a digital device in one way or another. That is because of the influence of policy that has driven the players to actually invest in that. So I think there is still ground to be done, but like the other predecessors in my previous panel, I prefer to look at it from the optimism side.
Of course, so that means so much more still.
A lot still needs to be done, but we should not forget what we are doing, because we still have a long way to go. You need to look behind, where did you come from, and so that you are encouraged to go further.
That's great. When I come to you, Ms. Nkonge, as an officer there, up there at the International Telecommunications Union, that is such a, you are not even within the country. You are operating at another level, of course, yeah? So are there any best practices that can foster effective PPPs in the ICT sector, particularly maybe here in Kenya and our neighbors, that are going to help us, like for us, initiatives for us? Of course, I know when they do these things, there has to be something for them first. Then they tell us, okay, this is what is happening, this is what, yeah. But I am keen, we are keen on finding out whether there is something good for us here.
Yeah, thank you. Best practices, I wouldn't call them best practices. I prefer to use the term suggested practices, because I think what are best practices elsewhere might not necessarily work for us. So I would call them best practices, but allow me to speak to some of the work that ITU is doing in the country. Maybe from there we can learn something. Our approach to work is to seamlessly integrate our objectives into the objectives of the government, so that we can have a collaborative and mutually beneficial partnership. And so we work a lot with the government, and one of our key partners in the government is the Communications Authority of Kenya. And I must say that the work we've done so far would not have been possible without the support of CA. One of the projects we carried out last year was the assessment of the 886 schools that were connected by the funding of the Universal Service Fund. It was called the Education Broadband project. So 886 schools were connected to broadband across the country. And after the end of that project, we were tasked with the job of assessing those projects, the effectiveness of those 886 projects. And one of the things that came out from that assessment was sustainability as a key challenge to connectivity projects in schools. One thing we noticed is that many of the schools that we interviewed did not have a budget allocation for ICTs or budget allocation for connectivity. Basically, there was no plan to cover expenses that arise from the use of technologies in the schools. And when we posed this question of how do you plan to sustain the connectivity, some of the schools were surprised. They were even a little bit alarmed. Is the government planning to leave? Yeah, and it's interesting because it's true the government plays a key role in helping schools and communities get connected. But it's important for those organizations also, or those people also, to think of ways that they can sustain themselves after the seed funding is over. So from that study, when we identified sustainability as a key challenge, so we asked ourselves, so how can this be addressed? And so that led to the next project that we've been carrying out. It's titled Co-Creating Sustainable Operating Models for Connected Schools in Kenya. And so this project was designed due to the realization that, if we are to achieve sustainability in connectivity, then we need to bring all stakeholders to the table and to listen to all stakeholders. So at the top level, there is the ITU in support of the CA, and then ITU is also partnering with the FCDO, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK government under the UK DAP partnership. So those are the top players. And then now we've gone to the ground and brought on board the stakeholders on the ground. Schools, we go to schools and we speak to the head teachers, the management boards, parents, computer teachers, even complementary access networks that operate in those areas. For example, community networks that are in those areas, because they understand the situation on the ground better than we do. So the idea of this other project was to go to the ground and speak to the people, bring them on board, put them at the table and hear their views on sustainability. Yeah? What challenges are you facing? What kind of models are you using? What challenges to sustainability are you facing? And what do you think is the way forward? Yeah? And some of the challenges we've identified through these other projects were also identified in the first project. But then also we realized that there was still the question of, are they planning to leave? Yeah? Because they've provided us with connectivity. And you could see some are worried. Are they planning to leave? Because if they leave, we have no plan for sustainability. But what I can say was interesting is that quite a number of those schools we've spoken to are also keen on learning what sustainability would look like. Because some of them have told us, okay, now if it means that if the government or let's say Giga project is planning to leave at some point, it's okay, we understand. Sit us down and help us understand what sustainability would look like. When you tell us when we ask us the question, how do you intend to sustain your connectivity, what do you exactly mean? Yeah. What are the facets of a sustainable connectivity? What are the costs of connectivity? Yeah. What should we be looking at in terms of sustainability? And so that brings to mind the idea of the importance of change management as a development partner or as government. When we go into a community or a school and implement a project, we also need to think about change management. The time that comes for us to leave, how do we leave that community? Do we leave them ready to continue with the project too?
And engineer, the challenges that you have experienced, and how do you navigate through these challenges?
Thank you, Laura, and thank you, my fellow panelists, for the great insights on this topic. As we look at the challenges that face PPPs, I would like us to imagine the difference between the PPPs in ICT space and the common PPPs that we've had in this country. The expressway was built through a PPP. The same thing with the SGR. Now, let us now move away from those huge infrastructure projects and look at ICT, and we shall be able to appreciate some of the challenges that are actually facing PPPs in the ICT sector. And the first one is actually the fast pace of technology. Now, unlike other infrastructure projects like roads, like dams, energy, we all appreciate that the pace at which technology evolves in the ICT sector is quite fast and can be quite unforgiving in terms of the projections made. And I'll give you an example. 6 years ago, that is 2016, we developed a subsidy model that allowed the government to work with operators to deploy infrastructure in remote areas of this country through shared capex, right? And at that time, we were convinced that what was required then was actually a 2G and 3G network. So phase 1 of USF was actually implemented 2017, 2018. 5 years down the line, we are no longer looking at 2G and 3G as being effective in serving those people. We are now looking at the minimum technology that should be deployed is actually 4G, 5G going upwards. So what happens now to the private player who made projections, because private entity purely goes in because of profits. For the government, is a social good. So you can imagine that then the projections made, even in terms of ROI, can easily be wiped away by the fast pace of technology. Nobody can accurately predict which technology will be invoked tomorrow. I'll give an example. Now we have a lot of over-the-top services like WhatsApp, like YouTube, and people are making use of them, and the operators do not necessarily get value for the network they have actually invested in. Now that is technology. Who knows? We do not know what new technologies like AI, IoT, blockchain are going to, how they are going to affect the kind of arrangements or the kind of projection that had been made by the operators when they were going into a PPP model with the government. So the fast pace of technology is a big challenge. Second challenge is that the social nature of ICT projects, in the sense that you are always looking at the user, you're always looking at the consumer as the person who will enable you to recoup your investment from a private perspective. Now, for you to realize that, you need to involve the entire ecosystem in the ICT space and even beyond. But unfortunately, when you get into these PPPs, they might not talk about roads. They might not talk about agriculture. They might not talk about energy. And yet, if you don't work on these other key stakeholders, the entire ecosystem, then the returns on investment by the PPPs, by the private sector players, are not likely to fall in place. The third one is actually sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, and Kagwiri has talked about it, you need to look at the supply side and the demand side. And if you are to have a sustainable project or program over a long period, it takes all players to be involved throughout. We are aware of projects which were launched. They were funded using government money, but they fell along the way because they were not sustainable. Why? Because the consumers within the space where the network was set were not able to make use of the services. So then it means that the operator, the private sector player, is actually standing at a risk of actually losing their investment. The third challenge is actually the cost And there's, of course, the CAPEX and the OPEX. And I want to specifically talk about the OPEX because you will most likely talk about the CAPEX, but forget the OPEX. But the OPEX is where the problem lies, is where the challenge lies. That some of the PPP projects in the ICT sector end up requiring an OPEX, or the OPEX is actually very high. So if there's no consideration of the OPEX, then again, the projections of the private sector might end up falling along the way. We've heard of cases where the private sector players who are involved in the USF projects had their infrastructure brought down by terrorists. So it brings now a challenge. Then who handles the replacement? Yet it was probably not part of the arrangement during the negotiation of the PPP. The other challenge is actually the engagement cycle can actually be very long, right from conception, design, implementation, and ensuring that there's proper governance of the PPP. And that long engagement cycle ends up probably invalidating some of the assumptions that have been made. If you take 1 year from conceptualization to implementation of a project in the ICT sector, chances are very high that within that time, by the time the year ends, some of the assumptions you made when you were actually crafting that PPP are likely not to be valid. And then the last challenge that I want to talk about is actually inadequate participation of the public. Now remember, we are talking about the public-private sector. We are talking about the PPPs. So when we talk about the public, sometimes we tend to underestimate the value of the public. We normally tend to look at the government as everything that has to do with the public. But our experience during the consultancies we've done have shown that if you don't involve the public and actively involve them very deeply, then again, you stand a chance of not succeeding on the project you're actually undertaking. So that is a challenge which I think we need to address as a country, that unless we deeply involve the public in the PPPs we are doing, especially in ICT, again, they might not likely succeed.
Thank you very much. I want us to take some questions, maybe about 3. But before we do that, Ms. Nyandat, I was wondering, as you try to navigate through this legal space with government or with the people who are in the ICT space, how do you do it? Is it a scary process where when somebody sees a call from you, they're like, oh, there must be something that I've done, or how do you make this process friendly?
I think I'll give kudos to the regulator, and this is not just because the regulator is actually present in here, but you know, I've operated in other markets other than just Kenya, you know, and there's a very big difference between regulatory engagements within Kenya vis-a-vis engagements in you know, other markets. I don't want to name names, but yeah, dealing with other regulators in different markets is quite difficult. So the regulator here is quite collaborative, and our regulator does not go ahead and penalize without discussing. You know, so you'll find that we live in a regulatory environment whereby the regulator focuses on getting stakeholder engagement, especially from industry players, and getting input from us. You know, they focus on having discussions. You know, it's more of a two-way discussion, you know, when you're having an issue and them trying to find you know, a solution to those issues. Of course, more can be done, because sometimes there is lack of clarity in terms of where the regulator's mandate starts and stops.
Dominic is
I think Dominic will agree. Like for example, what was mentioned in the morning with respect to competition, even with respect to public-private partnerships. You know, we have a statute that is a standalone statute that deals with that. Then if you look at the way our Universal Service Fund is administered, we have a Universal Service, you know, sort of regulatory framework that is a standalone. There are regulations and a KICA that deal with that. You know, so how do we harmonize the two? Is it just that the PPP Act is just meant to deal with infrastructure outside of the ICT sector, and then, you know, our ICT regulations and frameworks and guidelines are supposed to now, you know, deal with issues around the telecom sector. So sometimes there are challenges here and there, but yeah, but I think they're a good regulator.
Thanks so much. Engineer kept on saying UCF, USF, sorry, and I kept on telling myself, well, can you tell us what that is? Thank you for clarifying. It is a fund that...
It is a fund that essentially is administered by the Universal Service Advisory Council, which essentially is an entity that has been set up, you know, under the Kenya Information and Communications Act to administer that fund. So operators who are licensees of the CA actually contribute 0.5% of their gross annual turnover towards this fund.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Can you please have some questions, maybe 3, before we finish? Oh, that was fast. Go ahead. Is your microphone active? It is not.
Oh, yeah, it is. My name is Emmanuel, a political science student. My question goes to Mr. Dominic. On the public-private partnership, my concern is whether there are some measures put to prevent the extremism of the private entities. Because remember, private entities are after profit. So obvious they will always have some interests. So are there any measures put to prevent such extremisms? And then last question goes to Lorna. ITU, do you even consider individual actors, or it's only about the state actors? Thank you.
So the ITU question will go to Madam Konge. Yes. Another question as Dominic prepares.
Yes, this one is about sustainability. I happen to be one of the stakeholders in terms of being a chair of a board of a secondary school. And I can attest there is no ICT budget, nor is it like a thing you figure out. Yet, I think the presentation here, even in the morning, is the expectation that grassroots education of ICT and using ICT for education is where it should go at the grassroots. So maybe CA, which partnerships should you not form coming out of the private sector, for example, Southcom and Airtels and the others, that can contribute to that kitty of the Universal Service Fund that then trickles to the secondary school, maybe through the Ministry of Education, so that then we can get a bit of capitation coming out of that money, because we don't have it. The other stakeholder that I know doesn't even come to the meetings because you're asking for money is the parents. Even lunch programs is a problem to cater for. So we need money that is regularized and made into some kind of policy. For example, if you have to do business in Kenya and you're operating a teleco, maybe part of the licensing fee is the shilling that goes to that kitty that funds ICT, maybe through the right ministry that comes down to us.
Thank you very much. A last question, please.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question as we respond and finish? Okay, then we'll go Dominic. As you respond, please, you will be winding up, right?
All right, thank you, Laura. Thank you, Emmanuel, for the question. I'll first start off from where Lorna stopped about the legal and regulatory framework that we have in place. We are alive to the fact that the present legal and regulatory frameworks for an effective PPP in the ICT sector, which is constantly changing, as Mr. Mlongo has just said, that there is need for changes to come into play. And there are quite a number of initiatives that are already in progress. Starting off about the market entry barriers, you mentioned about the 30%. Indeed, we have figured out that has been a challenge, and I believe also the President has spoken to it. During the KICA review, I believe that's one of the recommendations that we received from the sector. So yes, that is being worked on, and I believe as soon as that is out, then that will have been addressed. Mr. Mulongo also raised issues about the challenges that the private sector has faced with respect to the security. And looking back to the first 78 sites that we put up about 4 years ago, that hadn't been hardwired into the projects. But going forward, we've gone out and engaged the public more. And even in specific areas, we have ensured that the new sites that are coming up, there's an engagement with the local police station or local administration, just to ensure that that element of security is de-risked and to encourage the private sector. There are many issues indeed which are coming up, and I believe in that space of even working with the county governments, I saw it also amongst the issues that have been raised, that you want to lay infrastructure, but the county governments are also looking at that as an opportunity to levy additional fees. Yes, we are working hand in hand. And besides even what CA is doing, there is an ongoing effort to harmonize the fees which are being charged both at the county level and the national government, because it's the same ecosystem. Now, going back to what Emmanuel has said about the extremism of the private sector, I'll also request be polite to them. And seated right next to me is Lorna, who has implemented ATC sites. And some of the broadband sites that they have implemented, despite of what they call the ARPU being very low, and they still went out. I once saw one in Turkana whereby a whole ecosystem of a town is slowly developing. So yes, the private sector may have profits in mind, but there are specific instances where they've made deliberate efforts, put in their money to go into. But to us, to respond to you specifically, how does CEA or the government ensure that this is measured? One of the ways that we've done this is through the subsidies program. And we've worked alongside Engineer Mulongo. They assisted us in coming up with the subsidies, which was also a consultancy funded by FCDO. And we've gone out to each site, and there's a subsidy amount that you can actually qualify for. So we also go to the list who's willing to provide this at the least cost service. Remember, you're having projections here of 15 years from now. You're trying to make a projection as to whether the site that you're putting up now is going to have any return on investment. So it's a balancing act, that's what I would say. But yes, there are measures that government has put in place, and we shall continue into seeing to it, even as we open up other partnership frameworks, like the grants management framework, which has just recently been completed from our end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we finish, your closing remarks, Nora.
Just before I close, I think it seems that there's very little that is known about the Universal Service Fund and how it is administered. Because the gentleman who was talking about the abuse by private sector and some of the measures that need to be put in place, to make sure that private sector is actually not just focusing on their return on investment and is actually focusing on the community. As part of the USF, you'll find that there is a subsidy component, particularly in USF Phase 3, that is actually allocated towards social sustainability initiatives. And that is something that the CA has actually taken into account as input from us, private sector, as stakeholders within that particular space. Because when you're deploying infrastructure, you'll realize that you go into a community is not interested in just getting the ICT infrastructure. They'll be telling you we lack health services, they'll tell you we lack road access networks. You know, they'll tell you we lack energy, you know, there's no grid connection within the area. So there are so many issues that come up in the deployment of infrastructure. So you'll have to realize that as private sector and as guys as ATC in particular, we build roads. You know, I've never heard of Kera or Kura coming back and telling me that the, you know, 3 to 5 million I'm spending on building roads is actually going to be returned. That's a capex investment that you put in place as a company with no return that is actually being borne in mind. So we are building roads. We are actually doing the last mile of grid connectivity. We are actually putting up solar solutions. We are putting up, you know, generators within the sites. We have the lithium-ion batteries that we are putting in within the sites in order to make sure that you and I have access to connectivity. You know, so I think there's more education that needs to be done within the public space, so that people understand when we are talking as private sector in terms of deployment of infrastructure, we are actually talking about not only deploying the telecommunications infrastructure, but the enabling infrastructure as well. Because you cannot have connectivity in an area if you don't have roads, if you don't have energy, you know, your equipment will not run. So we are actually doing on our own initiative providing some of these solutions without even getting subsidized by government. So the USF framework has actually come in to be able to subsidize the deployment and the capital intensiveness of those solutions that we are trying to invest in areas that are underserved and unserved with very minimal return on investment. So yeah, so just that for clarification. So in terms of my closing remarks, I'll focus on the legal and regulatory you know, aspect of it. So if you're looking at the framework that we currently have in place, we have a very robust system. And I'll echo something that was mentioned in the morning. We complain a lot, but we don't participate. You know, as a country, we are required to participate in stakeholder engagements. You know, when KICA was being reviewed, Engineer Obam stated that there were very few entities that were giving input. And entities that were actually giving, even people giving input, were actually giving input on typos. You know, you want, you know, commission change to authority. You know, you're not actually giving substantive input into some of these things. So let me tell you something as a practical example. Last year we had the USF framework, the strategy, as well as the guidelines which were being reviewed. You know, did all of you in this room actually participate in that? Because this is something that was up for public participation. So when there's a call for participation as a public, can you actually raise your hand up and actually participate in that engagement? Then secondly, I would like to talk about you know, some of the issues I mentioned around market entry barriers. And Dominic is quite right. We are looking at the repeal of you know, the local shareholding requirement. You know, there are so many ways that we can achieve localization. We know, without having that equity participation, but that doesn't mean that it denies you and I, you know, as Kenyans, the opportunity to participate within, you know, that space. You know, we have the community-based networks that are coming up that are, you know, sort of encouraging the devolution of infrastructure to the, you know, to the hub level, you know, in different communities and areas and subdivisions within the country. You know, so I think we have a good, robust system. It's just that people are not taking time to make sure that there's that you know, sort of participation. And I think just one last thing is in terms of incentives. You know, we talk about, in the morning it was mentioned around the finance bill and the way the finance bill is actually going to kill the sector. You know, I think we are all complaining, whether as a consumer, whether as an entity that is operating in Kenya, we are all complaining around incentives. You know, one of the issues we've had within our industry in terms of USF has been issues around spectrum. You know, are we actually being subsidized for spectrum? You know, who actually controls the mandate of spectrum? You know, is it administered by the CA, or, you know, change in price, is it administered by Treasury? Or who exactly is administering this thing, and who actually has the mandate to reduce the costs? Because you find that spectrum is quite expensive within the industry. And if that cost is not lowered, then, you know, doing business in Kenya becomes like very, very expensive. You know, if we don't think of giving us tax incentives, you know, around the infrastructure that we are deploying. You know, currently the finance bill is considering giving us capital allowances on civil works. This is a step in the right direction. You know, people complain about, you know, us being in the, you know, as private sector focusing on getting money and making money, yeah? But we spend so much money within the industry and within communities, just trying to deploy that infrastructure. So if you're able to get the capital allowances as is envisaged within the current finance bill, then that goes a step in the right direction to actually encourage us to deploy and partner with government in ensuring that there's access to connectivity in all parts of Kenya.
I can just feel the passion of whatever the private sector is doing towards this. Fidelis, let's finish very quickly as you give us your closing remarks.
Okay, I didn't have any question to answer, so I'll probably not take too much time. What we do as a financial sector is to ensure that as consumers of the financial services in technology, their safety is of utmost concern. So as an industry, we have public awareness to ensure that the public become aware of the implication of the technology on their day-to-day life, specifically on the safety of their money. And so we run quite a number of campaigns. Specifically, we've partnered with the Communications Authority on Kaa Chonjo. You've probably seen those periodic quarterly sensitization. That is because a lot of consumers do not, somebody mentioned it in the earlier panel, a lot of consumers actually consume technology, but they don't see their personal involvement in their security and safety. So we have to continuously keep making them aware of their responsibility of security of their devices, how to use the secure internet. Child online protection is another aspect that we are trying to drive. So we will continue doing that because continuation, the problem with the public and people is that if you teach somebody today, they are bound to forget about 3 or so. So you have to continuously keep updating the knowledge and updating them as the devices change and as technology moves.
Thank you so much. I hope that conversation will still be going. So, Madam Konge, you'll answer very quickly, and then you give us your closing remarks.
All right.
Then we go to engineer.
All
we
right.
are running out of time. Then we
There
wrap
was a
up.
question on whether ITU considers individuals other than organizational actors. Yes, the ITU does consider individuals and actually does work with individuals. It's only that our approach is the one is that we integrate our objectives into the objectives of the government so that we are aligned and complement what the government is already doing. Otherwise, the implementation, we implement through local partners. We collaborate with local partners, like we've been partnering a lot with local DAP partners like VISCA, and also local experts. To finish, what I can say is that for digital inclusion to be meaningful, to be sustainable, even to achieve cybersecurity in our solutions, I think it's important to embed those concepts into the design of the projects, because a good project or a good solution is one that is good from the get-go. If we start thinking about cybersecurity and sustainability and meaningfulness when the project is already up and running, we are somewhat a bit late. Yeah, so better to think about it from the beginning so that those ideas, those solutions are embedded in the design of the project. But that to happen, then we need to bring stakeholders to the table, understand what each stakeholder does best, so that the solution brings different stakeholders together, each stakeholder doing what they do best. Also, it's important to involve the communities that we are providing solutions for, because they understand their needs best, and so it's good to hear their voices, and also understand their priorities, because often they have bigger priorities than ICTs. We all acknowledge the fact that ICTs are important, connectivity is important, but often you find that communities have other priorities, so it's important to understand what are their top priorities, because if their basic priorities are not being met, then the digital inclusion or connectivity solutions will not be sustainable in those communities. And in fact, one of the community-led internet service providers we spoke to not so long ago actually said that sometimes it's important even to integrate those priorities into the connectivity solution. For example, so that we can provide we can provide a good value proposition to the community, because that's the only way they can actually embrace for example, right now, CBC program requires kids to use the internet a lot. Yeah. So even if I don't have connectivity at home and my kid comes home and they need internet, I'll have to look for bundles for them to use the internet to do their homework. So if you can sell to me connectivity from that perspective, that this connectivity is going to help you to address this issue or this problem you already have, then perhaps I'm going to buy your solution more than if it's not helping me to address other priority areas that I have. And finally, maybe is also to speak to the need also to, apart from just involving the community, is to clarify on the ownership of the solutions that we are providing. Who is the owner of this project? Because sometimes if the ownership of a solution is not clear, then there is nobody to champion it. And so within a short period, it's probably going to go down. Yeah? And then to take an evidence-based approach to providing solutions, be it digital skilling or, I don't know, connectivity projects or cybersecurity projects, it's important to take an evidence-based approach, because evidence then tells us where the gaps are. So even to embed meaningfulness and sustainability in a project, we need to understand where the gaps are, to understand infrastructure gaps, capacity gaps, devices gaps, and many other types of gaps. So evidence really helps. And so evidence also gives us reliable statistics. So perhaps we can all work towards having reliable statistics that we can all go to whenever we want to see where the gaps are and where we can come in. And finally, it's creating an enabling environment is key for private-public partnerships. So what I can say, I know the government is very much willing to have conversations and see what they can do to create a more enabling environment. So let us not be afraid to reach out to the government. I know there are many of them here today, to reach out to them and say, okay, I have this idea. Maybe we can improve this in this and that way, so that they can create a more enabling environment for public-private partnerships. And also to encourage the government to continue monitoring and evaluating the already existing frameworks and policies to see that they are indeed they're indeed addressing industry challenges, and they are also enabling to both the Kenyans and also the investors that would come in and support us in digital inclusion.
Thank you very much. Dominic, engineer, Engineer Mulongo, just finish it for us.
Thank you, Laura. I talked about challenges, and my closing remarks will focus on opportunities, and I think that's what I want us to remember as we leave this place, because opportunities are there to be tapped. Of course, challenges will always be on the way, but they can also be overcome. So I'll talk about around 5 opportunities that I would like us to think about as both the government and public. Of course, the most obvious and currently trending is the Kenya Super Digital Highway. The CS talked elaborately about it this morning. In the CEO's forum in Connected Summit, Diani, in April, the PS intimated that it's going to take about 500 billion to implement the projects required, projected under the Kenya Digital Superhighway, and that involves the connectivity, both the backbone, last mile, the Wi-Fi hotspots, the digital villages, the data centers. But I think I want to challenge all of us, especially from the private sector, to realize that therein lies huge opportunities for us in terms of PPPs. Once the government has provided the infrastructure, the question is, how do we enable our people to realize the benefits of that infrastructure? So there's lots of innovation, lots of solutions that can be developed around that space. The same thing goes with the opportunity number 2 under USF projects. USF, again, in the next 5 years, will also be looking at how to empower the marginalized communities with skills and the relevant local content for them to consume. There, again, lies an opportunity for the private sector to come in and tap into that opportunity by looking at really what do the marginalized people require and how can they partner with the government to ensure that they provide such services. The other opportunity is the state corporations. Again, this is public knowledge. Fortunately, the state corporations, some of them like Ketraco, Kenya Power, KPC, have already invested huge amounts of money on infrastructure, which they might not be using optimally. So as the private sector, let's have that in mind, that we have an opportunity to engage these state corporations so that we can tap into the already established infrastructure using the public funds to ensure that then we can also provide solutions at a subsidized rate. Then the last opportunity is we need to remember, so the second last is the development partners. They are not private, they are not government, but they occupy a very, very special role in enabling the PPPs to succeed. So development partners like USAID, like UK Aid, for example, through their DAP program, so they also occupy a very special role, and let's remember them as we think about the PPPs, because there's a role they play in terms of bringing the two parties together. And the last opportunity I would like us to think about is all government initiatives right now, whether it is in health, it is in housing, it is in agriculture, they leverage technology, specifically ICT, to bring value. And therein, again, lies a big opportunity for the private sector to look at how they can innovate, how they can develop solutions around that. And as I close, I want to remind all of us, when we talk about PPP, sometimes we tend to think about the big players like World Bank, right? We forget that even at a very micro level, down at the community level, we can have PPPs. We can have small private players, like, for instance, the WISPs, the wireless service providers. We can have community networks coming in to play a role in a very small area, but that is very effective. So let's not think about big players when we are talking about PPPs. Let's remember, even at a very micro level, we can still leverage PPPs to ensure that there's indeed digital transformation up to the last person. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The panel, you've really given us a lot of insights. I appreciate. Thank you for staying in. Thank you for listening. Tomorrow, the session starts again at 9 a.m. There'll be more discussions we are going to have. Some will be a continuation of what we've had today. So it will be great if you be part of this conversation again. And we did not keep you here just for these sessions. There is tea down there at the lobby. But if your palates are not tea sensitive after 4 o'clock, we have cocktails at Palm Gardens right outside the Cats Club. You're all welcome. Please stay on. Let's keep talking. Let's keep engaging. Thank you very much and have a good evening.